Good morning. Good morning. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is hereby called to order Wednesday, September 8th, 2021. Madam Clerk, can I get a quorum call, please?
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Here.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, present. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Norva E. Francis Jr.
Good morning, I'm here.
Senator Norvell E. Francis Jr., present. Senator Donna Fred Gregory. Senator Donna Fred Gregory, absent. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon E. James Sr., present. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Here.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, present. Mr. Chairman, 4 present, 3 absent.
Thank you. We have established a quorum for 3. Are there any correspondence to be read into the record?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
You may proceed.
Letter dated September 8, 2021. Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Capitol Building, P.O. Box 1690, St. Thomas, VI 00802, regarding late attendance to Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Dear Chairman Gittens, please accept this letter as a formal notice of my late arrival to today's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture hearing, which is scheduled to begin at 10 a.m. in the Fritz E. Lewetz Conference Room on St. Croix. I will be attending the Peace Officers Recruit Training Class VIPD graduation on St. Thomas. Please have all circulated documents placed on my desk for immediate review upon my arrival. Thank you for your consideration in this matter. Kindest regards, Donna Fred Gregory, President, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands.
Thank you. And prior to reading the correspondence into the record, please state from whom and then proceed.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Letter from the Honorable Senator Milton E. Potter. Honorable Kenneth L. Gittens, Chairman, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, 34th Legislature of the Virgin Islands. Number 3022, Estate Golden Rock, Christiansted, Virgin Islands, 00820. Dated September 8, 2021. Dear Chairman Gittens, I am unable to attend today's committee meeting as I am on my way out of the territory to attend a previously scheduled educational event. I am asking that my absence from today's meeting be recorded as excused. I wish you and my other colleagues a productive meeting. Respectfully, Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, letter dated September 8, 2021. Honorable Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, 34th Legislature, Chairman of Economic Development and Agriculture. Dear Senator Gittens, please note for the record, I will be tardy to the scheduled committee meeting for Wednesday, September 8, 2021, due to a previously scheduled event with constituents. Thank you for your understanding. Regards, Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, 34th Legislature, Member, Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Mr. Chairman, those are the...
Thank you again, Madam Clerk. And again, we have established a quorum. However, we are experiencing some technical difficulties to get on our testifiers who will be partaking in this hearing via Teams. So at this time, the committee will recess just to take care of these technical difficulties, and we will return momentarily. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, September 8th, 2021, is on recess. Good morning. Good morning. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Wednesday, September 8th, 2021 is back on record. Welcome to today's hearing. Today we will be considering a bill, Bill number 34-0047, an act requiring the University of the Department of Agriculture to establish a seed bank, as well as following up on our March 22nd hearing relative to our fishing and farming industries here in the territory. Our farming and fishing community has some unique concerns relative to operating in the pandemic, and each is also still working to recover from the devastation of Hurricanes Irma and Maria. Today we will hear from some of those in the industries. And please allow me to express condolences to all of the families in our community who are mourning the loss of a loved one, especially those due to the COVID-19 pandemic. We have also now lost more than over 60 Virgin Islanders to date to this pandemic, and I urge one and all to continue to exercise every precaution to keep themselves and our loved ones safe. This month, we are also seeing the return of some of our students and educational personnel to in-person schooling, and I wish them all a safe and productive school year. I'll be remiss if I didn't also note that we are also celebrating National Labor Month this month. So join me in showing appreciation to our labor unions, our workforce, and those employed by the Department of Labor and in the labor relations fields. At this time, I want to ask Madam Clerk to please read today's agenda into the record.
The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture meets to receive testimony from the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Division of Fish and Wildlife, and other invited Virgin Islands farmers and fishermen regarding the overall administration and operation of the territory's farming and fishing industries, and would also consider Bill number 34-0047 as outlined below. Block 1. Bill number 34-0047, an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a seed banking program to store and preserve seeds for preservation against climate change, natural disaster, and other situations that could lead to a total annihilation of crops, plants, and other fauna and flora. Invited testifiers are the Honorable Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner, Department of Agriculture; Dr. Usman Aduma, Director, UVI, School of Agriculture. Break for lunch, noon to 12:30. Block 2. The committee will hear testimony not limited to updates on the overall administration and operations of the farming and fishing industries, to include any update from respective departments regarding outstanding hurricane and COVID relief funding. Additionally, we will discuss ongoing efforts to improve both our local farming and fishing industries. Invited testifiers are Honorable Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner, Department of Agriculture; the Honorable Jean-Pierre Oriol, Commissioner, Planning and Natural Resources; Dr. Nicole Angele, Director, Division of Fish and Wildlife, DPNR; Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor; local farmers and/or representatives; local fishermen and/or representatives. Please be reminded that due to COVID-19 pandemic, this hearing is being conducted virtually via Microsoft Teams. Therefore, invited testifiers and non-legislative participants will be participating remotely. Mr. Chairman, this concludes the agenda.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this time, I'm seeing about 4 representatives on my field screen here. So what I'll do is at this time, I'll ask for systems check, beginning with the ladies from the Department of Agriculture. Good to see you all. Good morning. We'll start with the Assistant Commissioner. I think one is Assistant Commissioner, one is Deputy Commissioner, I believe. So,
Yes, good morning. This is Diana Conwood, Assistant Commissioner of Agriculture. Thank you.
good morning. Welcome.
Morning. Thank you.
Good morning. Thank you so much. My name is Hannah Clardy, Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Agriculture.
Good morning. Welcome. Gentlemen, UVI.
Usman Adamu, Dean and Director of the UBI School of Agriculture. Good to be with you.
Thank you. Welcome.
Good morning, Stafford Crossman, Associate Director, Cooperative Extension Service, School of Agriculture, UVI.
Can you say your last name again for me, please?
Stafford Crossman.
Crossman. Thank you. And Deputy Commissioner Carty it is, right? Thank you
Yes.
so much. We will, we're speaking to, in the first block, Bill number 34, that's 0047. I'll ask the sponsor of the bill to speak to the bill and introduce the bill to us. And again, Bill number 34, that's 0047, is an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a seed banking program to store and preserve seeds for preservation against climate change, natural disasters, and other situations that could lead to a total annihilation of crops, plants, and other fauna and flora. Who speaks to this bill?
I do, Mr. Chair.
And please forgive me for not recognizing your presence, the Honorable Samuel Carrion, who is also the bill sponsor, and you're recognized for your introduction of Bill number 34, that's 0047 at this time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to my colleagues. Good morning to the testifiers. Good morning to those viewing and listening. And good morning to everyone in the Virgin Islands. Today, I am proud to speak in support of Bill number 34-0047, an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a seed banking program to store and preserve seeds for the preservation against climate change, natural disasters, or other situations that could lead to a total annihilation of our crops, plants, or other fauna and flora. The intent of this legislation is to conserve local varieties and rare varieties before their genetic diversity is lost due to natural disasters or man-made disasters, as we know that have been occurring from time to time. This is not to be a museum of seeds or seeds to be forever preserved, but rather more like a library where our farmers and home gardeners can access these seeds. Seed banks are also credited for protecting and keeping culture and tradition alive as they conserve local varieties and restore varieties that have disappeared from the community, provide access to good quality seeds that make them readily available at a low cost to farmers and community members who are interested in and in need of such seeds, serve as a platform for community development and contributing to seed and food security. Most importantly, this bill is in continuation to the great work done by my colleagues in the 33rd Legislature towards bringing the Virgin Islands closer towards achieving a greater food security. Before I go any further, I would like to first thank various stakeholders, Commissioner Positive Nelson, who is the Commissioner of the Department of Agriculture, for his input, Dr. Adamo from the University of the Virgin Islands, who is one of our testifiers, also Farmer Dale Brown from Sijad Farm, and Dr. Nate Olive, who is the president of the VI Farmer Alliance, along with other farmers who took their time to meet with me in order to provide commentary input on the measure before us today. Colleagues, every time the territory faces a natural disaster, there is significant risk that the overall ecosystem of the territory is changed, altered, or sometimes lost. This disrupts plants and wildlife crucial to our territorial ecosystem. So this legislation is one of many pieces that would help address the matter of food security to ensure that not only everyday residents are able to receive food in time of natural disaster, but that our farmers are able to continue producing and our territory's ecosystem may continue to thrive. We must also consider all the medicinal herbs and plants that are grown and used here. Many of these have yet to be fully studied, and we are losing them every day to development and climate change. If we do not act to preserve these precious resources now, they could be lost to us and the world forever. So Bill 34-0047 will be beneficial to the territory in short and long term. This specific bill would set the foundation for the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands Agriculture Experimental Service Division to create a substantial plan to develop a seed banking program, which will allow the storage and preservation of seed against natural disasters and climate change, like we mentioned before, or loss of habitat or other situations that may lead to a partial or complete annihilation of crops and other plants. Additionally, this initiative will help promote research and educational opportunities, create new jobs, and engage various sectors of our community in collaborative manner. The Seed Banking Act will set a foundation for the conservation of seeds indigenous to the territory, allowing for an emergency backup of seeds to ensure the substantiability of the territory's ecology and our whole ecosystem. However, there are various short-term and long-term benefits that may come from this legislation, including, number one, the establishment of a repository plant life native to the territory in an effort to maintain culturally significant crops, maintaining a wide-ranging selection of crops to maintain food diversity in the territory, supporting and promoting the agriculture industry of the territory, opening the doors for additional research opportunities for UVI and other relevant entities as it relates to agricultural and disaster mitigation, provides educational opportunities in the field of agriculture science, disaster mitigation through potential internship, apprenticeship, classes, and more, create jobs in agriculture, research, and maintenance field relative to the administration of the program, collection of data, farming of seeds, and more, and engaging the community in various sectors through conservation and collaborative efforts and actions relative to the formation and maintenance of this program. So I ask my colleagues to consider this bill today. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator Carrion, for that introduction and testimony on your seed bill. Very interesting. At this time, I will proceed to the testifiers, again beginning with the ladies, who will be representing and presenting the testimony on behalf of the Department of Agriculture.
Good morning again. Greetings, Chairman Kenneth Gittins, the members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other members of the 34th Legislature, Legislative Central Staff, Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture staff, our co-testifiers from the University of the Virgin Islands, and the people of the Virgin Islands. My name is Diana Collingwood, Assistant Commissioner of Agriculture, representing our Commissioner, Positive T.A. Nelson. And here with me today is Ms. Hannah Carty, our Deputy Commissioner of Agriculture. Thank you for having us. I really want to thank you for submission of Senate Bill 34-0047 that requires the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a seed banking program to store and preserve seeds for perpetuation against climate change, natural disasters, and other situations that can lead to the total annihilation of crops, plants, and other fauna and flora. Because increasing global climate change challenges may inevitably lead to crop extinction, provisions must be made to mitigate the long-term negative impacts and prevent the elimination of local crop species. We commend Senator Samuel Carrion and his staff for proposing this bill that addresses a critical community food security need relative to the preservation of crop diversity through the collection and storage of local seeds. VIDA therefore proposes a community seed bank initiative to allow for the development of a system that emboldens our community to aspire to and embrace sustainable food sovereignty. Community seed banks require the recruitment of a diverse pool of people with complementary skills, resources, knowledge, and a passion for collaboration, such as farmers, backyard gardeners, community garden members, students, community organizers, veteran seed savers, health advocates, information management technology professionals, and individuals who are versed at organizing and record keeping. Community partnerships with the government of the Virgin Islands through the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, the University of the Virgin Islands, and other stakeholders would be an integral component of the proposed community seed bank. These collaborative partnerships will offer support to the appropriate venues, sources of funding, organizational systems for tracking seeds, and people involved to help publicize the project and provide linkage to networks of contacts and clientele. As an important first step, grassroots seed savers exchange groups should be organized and established to allow for community discussions around the sharing and storage of seeds, as well as the preservation of local and culturally significant plant varieties through regeneration, distribution, and seed exchange. These group discussions will help to empower our community members in several ways. First, it will allow community members to participate in building a stronger, more secure food system. Second, it will allow for an increased notion of self-sufficiency and independence relative to increasing food sovereignty. And third, it will allow for building meaningful relationships with friends and neighbors within the community. These seed savers exchange groups, in partnership and conjunction with VIDA and UVI, will become the catalyst for establishing community seed banks throughout the territory. As the initiative evolves and community understanding and support grows through engagement and technical training, participants and stakeholders will be empowered to collectively determine seed bank inventory, the number of seed banks needed territory-wide, training needed for collecting and depositing seeds, criteria established for seed bank operation, ownership and access, and sources of funding for the operation. Ultimately, the community seed bank approach will allow for increased federal funding opportunities and partnerships with related community organizations nationally and within our hemisphere. We are eager to embark on this initiative, which will be of great value to the Virgin Islands agriculture industry in advancing our food security goals through the preservation of crop diversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Assistant Commissioner guess you were presenting from something else other than what I was looking at. Thank you for that testimony from Agriculture. UVI, you may proceed with your testimony. Who will be providing that testimony?
Usman Adamu, Dean and Director, will be.
You may proceed, sir.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you. Good morning, members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, Chair. Senator Milton E. Porter, Vice Chair. Members, Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, Senator Neville E. Francis Jr., Senator Alma Francis Liga, Senator Donna A. Frick Gregory, Senator Javan E. James Sr., and other senators of the 34 legislature of the Virgin Islands in attendance. My name is Usman Adamu. I am the Dean and Director of the UBI School of Agriculture. Again, I would like to thank you all for your support and generosity that led to the creation of this new School of Agriculture at UBI. It is indeed an honor for me to appear before this committee to offer testimony on Bill 33-0047 for the creation of a plan to develop a seed banking program in the Virgin Islands. The purpose of the program is to store and preserve seeds for preservation against climate change, natural disasters, and other situations that could lead to total annihilation of crops, plants, and other fauna and flora. The University of the Virgin Islands School of Agriculture welcomes and supports this timely legislation. It is in the spirit of this support that the faculty in the School of Agriculture provide the following recommendations or suggestions. First, the introductory and the conclusion bill summary donate a seed banking similar to what are in existence in large, well-maintained repositories by the USDA and around the world. The bill should instead focus on the establishment of a community seed bank with BI government oversight and UBI for the technical backstopping. The CSB should focus on crops which are grown in the Virgin Islands. 3 important justifications for a community seed bank are: A, to reduce over-dependence on companies' source seeds. The priority of the seeds company can change. The Virgin Islands is a very small market. Therefore, there is very little financial incentives for dedicated and ongoing seed company research. B, to motivate concerted research in and the development of locally adapted varieties. And C, to foster indigenous skill and expand training of local agricultural professionals and growers. This is important in providing a sense of self-reliance and in promoting economic stability and food security. Second, the type of seeds to be preserved and stored. A, commonly grown vegetable and fruits, along with other food, fiber, and feed crops. B, species of crops that are local or native to the Virgin Islands and also the wider Caribbean. And C, heirloom varieties and any new crops that might be important to the USBI for food security. Third, identification of the entity that will decide the type of seed to be preserved. A decision-making body or committee, e.g. Seed Bank Collection Committee, comprised of representatives from the local farming community, BI Department of Agriculture, and the University of the Virgin Islands School of Agriculture should be part of this committee. Fourth, the number of banks intended. 8, 2 community seed banks will be needed for the territory. We can start with 1 and soon thereafter expand to 2 after the first seed bank has been established and all the glitches worked out. The advantage of 2 CSBs is to ensure that there are duplicate collection of the seeds in case of situation that lead to loss of seed at one of the locations. B, another option is for 1 CSB and have USDA Germplasm Resources Information Network serve as the location for the duplicate collection. Fifth, an explanation of the criteria to be used for determining the location of a seed bank. A, select a site with cool, dry environment to improve the efficiency of the controlling the environment, store at constant low temperature and low moisture. Seeds are typically kept at low humidity and in a cool condition around 20 degrees Celsius. B, select a secure site with the best possible physical safety against theft and avoid areas prone to natural threats. C, select a site with a reliable electricity supply and adequate rainfall and water supply needed for associated laboratories. D, construct the building with a shade and no spacing to minimize solar heating. An area with erratic electricity supply, standby generators are essential to maintain the control environment. E, should be located at a higher elevation to avoid flooding. And F, areas should be easily accessible and where it is easy to develop a contingency plan. 6, identification of persons or entities that will collect and deposit the seeds. This can be the same seed bank collection committee or another group of similar constituents, e.g. UBI research faculty, BI Department of Agriculture personnel, and the local farming community. 7th, an explanation of how the seed bank will be operated, including who will operate the seed bank, who will have ownership of the seed, what entities will have access to the seeds during their preservation and storage, and how the seed will be distributed. A, employ individuals with expertise in how to operate the seed bank or train current researchers and or other personnel on the operation of seed banks. B, the seed bank, the seeds will be owned by the government and people of the U.S. Virgin Islands, operated by the Seed Bank Collection Committee or other designated group in trust of the people. C, UBI School of Agriculture designated personnel, BI Department of Agriculture designated personnel, and representative of the local farming community will have access to seeds. D, a committee formed by the above group will determine the method of distribution. E, operated by the BI Department of Agriculture with the guidance and expertise from the University of the Virgin Islands School of Agriculture. Eighth, the financial needs for the implementation of a seed banking program in the Virgin Islands, as seed storage facility must have modern storage equipment, very low temperature control, land located in area with protection from flooding and moisture, personnel, and expertise to preserve and periodically grow seeds under conditions that retain their genetic diversity and purity. A, the local government Virgin Island legislatures. B, USDA grants. And C, other funding sources. A committed long-term investment is necessary to ensure the success of the seed bank. The collection are so valuable and their maintenance is critical. There must also be a duplicate of the collection. Allocations in the USBI government annual appropriation proceed from the seed sale to supplement operation budget. The USBI government should consider investing in the capital infrastructure, such as storage facilities and in research, and in recurrent expenditure, materials, and personnel. The level of funding required will include cost of the following: site preparation, construction of facilities, equipment costs, utility costs, personnel costs, and maintenance. Ninth, identifications of federal funds that are available for this program, if any. Explore federal funding sources such as USDA, National Institute of Food and Agriculture, USDA Sustainable Agricultural Research and Education, and the National Science Foundation. Other possible sources might include foundations and agricultural businesses and companies. In closing, I would like to reiterate the commitment and support of the University of the Virgin Islands School of Agriculture for this effort. I look forward to work with the BI Department of Agriculture to establish a seed bank in the territory. Thank you for the opportunity to offer testimony on this highly consequential bill. I am open to comments and questions you might have. And I would like to also let you know that I have here with me Mr. Stafford Crossman, Associate Director of the Cooperative Extension Service of the School of Agriculture. So between the two of us, we are in a position to provide answers and questions that you may have with regard to the suggestion that we provided on this legislation. Again, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Adamo. Thank you both for your testimony this morning on Bill number 34-0047. And Assistant Commissioner Collingwood, allow me to apologize as I realized after that the document that was actually following the testimony for the bill in itself started on page 5. So that's why I wasn't able to follow you directly, but I apologize. Also, allow me to recognize and thank the department for sending capable representatives. Though the invitation went out to the department or agency head, I always say that who the agency head should tap is those who are capable and directly involved in the topic of discussion to come in and represent the agency. I firmly don't believe that a commissioner needs to step away from their desk to come to the legislature to give testimony on every measure, but that's why you have capable people within your department and agency, and I just wanted to say thank you to you both for being here today and representing your agency. We'll now go to a 5-minute round of questions by senators who are present. I must note that Senator Francis, our Senate Vice President, stepped away to join Senate President Donna Fred Gregory at the police graduation on St. Thomas to attend the law enforcement graduation taking place today in that district. And allow me to be the first to publicly congratulate soon to be, I'm not sure if they took their oath of office yet, but soon to be Officer Kalisha Clark, who is an employee here within our security division, who have now stepped up from being a legislative security officer to now being a legislative law enforcement sworn officer at the tender age of 20. I congratulate you. This just reminds me of my days of being in the police academy at the tender age of 19. And as I graduated, I wasn't even at the age to carry a firearm and had to spend a couple of months within 911 and behind the desk. So Miss Kalisha Clark in the St. Thomas St. John District, I congratulate you, and I just received a message as I am congratulating you that it is official. You have officially taken your oath of office, and you are now formally Enforcement Officer Kalisha Clark. Once again, congratulations, and I encourage the staff at the legislature to continue to encourage this youngster as she begin her law enforcement career here in the first branch of government. I also want to congratulate the Peace Officer Standard Training Council staff and those from the Virgin Islands Police Department and all other agencies who have stepped in to make these graduations and these trainings possible. So at this time, I will take a 3-minute recess to allow the testifiers to just refresh, get themselves together, and we'll return in 3 minutes. And once we return, we will start the 5-minute round of questioning. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will recess for 3 minutes. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Wednesday, September 8th, 2021 is back on record. We will now commence our questioning, beginning with Senator DeGraff. Senator DeGraff on St. Thomas, you're recognized for your 5 minutes. Audio on the St. Croix end, we can't hear Senator DeGraff. Okay, proceed.
Could you hear me now?
Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Thank you. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, testifiers. Again, also, I'd like to put my condolences out to the families of the individuals who've lost their lives from COVID, and urge the community to take heed. And, we're not out of the woods, even though we've seen on TV football and basketball games and stuff, mass crowds, let's take it serious. Now, I would like to commend the sponsor for this bill. I think this is a great bill. This is going in the right direction for the territory. But based on what Dr. Adamu stated, basically he stated in his testimony what the bill entails or intends to do. What I was trying to find out, would we have any type of estimated cost at this point as to what we'll be looking at to create a seed bank for the territory?
Yes, thank you for the question. This is really very difficult to give the estimate, because it will very much depend on the type of design that we want to go with, the type of equipment that might be needed, what type of crops, variety that we, so there are a lot of factors that might contribute to a good estimate for a community seed bank. I think if I might take a calculated guess, a startup fund might be somewhere between $100,000 to $150,000 for a startup will be my calculated guess. Because
okay, that's good info. Because again, it's just to get a perspective. And to the Department of Agriculture Assistant Commissioners are welcome. In regards to how are and where are seedlings stored right now presently with the department for the territory?
Currently, we do not have a mechanism to gather and store seeds, and that's why we really propose, and we've spoken about this within our division, to create a grassroots seed savers exchange group where we engage community members, because they are the ones who will have the seeds, and we have a lot of cultural knowledge within our community, and we have to take advantage of that opportunity to get the buy-in from the community so we can have this as a sustainable, ongoing initiative throughout time. When we talk about costs, we also have to consider that there are a lot of government buildings that may be vacant and available that can be used to establish this facility as long as they meet the criteria, and that will aid with the cost savings. But it will require an investment in equipment for keeping the seeds at the correct temperature and then storing it and making it accessible in an organized fashion. If we go with the approach of developing the community seed savers exchange group, we will be building capacity over time, and then it would be a kind of for us, by us initiative where the government and the university and Department of Agriculture and the farming community provide support to the group and the initiative, and we build pieces as we go along based on the group's input.
And as Dr. Adamu mentioned, is there, to any of your knowledge, any federal funding that can address this issue and the local government do a match in comparison to the federal funding?
Yeah, that's definitely an option, very viable option. I know USDA NIFA has a variety of grants, money, but we have to be able to respond to those grants on time. There are also an excellent sources of funding through community foundation, family foundations that are willing to support this kind of initiative. And another excellent source of fund will come from the membership. That's based on my knowledge of community seed banking. They generate a lot of funding or revenue through membership of that. And sometimes direct contribution
1 minute.
might be another source that we can go, both from the members and also non-members. That's an excellent sales of the seed. That's another excellent source for funding.
Okay, and finally, if I may, since I heard one, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair.
Yes,
finally,
you may wrap up.
Would we only be storing seedlings for human consumption, seedlings for produce, or what about, like, again, with our local bush teas, our local herbs, would we be storing just seedlings for food or consumption, or like along those lines? You could answer in the chair's time. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair.
He may answer on your time. I gave you the time to go ahead. You may respond.
Yeah, I think, Mr. Crossman, let me ask you to provide perspective on this.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Adamo. There was the recommendation regarding a committee, and the nature of that committee was laid out by Dr. Adamo, and the thinking is that it is that committee that will provide the input or make the recommendations regarding the crops that will be selected to be preserved.
May I also add a comment to include the fact that all culturally sensitive seeds that we utilize in our community, we would be addressed across the board, including herbs, especially because those are things that we are losing a lot of. So all tropical fruits, trees, vegetables, herbs, everything that we can use, bush tea, everything that we grow locally. Even some of our local grasses, tantan, those things as well.
Thank you. Senator DeGraff, you want to?
Just want to say thank you.
Thank you. Senator James Sr., you recognized for your 5 minutes.
Good morning to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I, too, want to express my sincere condolences to each and everyone who have lost someone to COVID-19 or even to crime in the U.S. Virgin Islands, and even through natural death. And I also want to say congratulations once again. Today is our students' second day back to school for K5 through third grade, and I'm happy to see that they're in a learning environment that is conducive to learning. As far as bill number 34-0047, I truly understand the intent of the sponsor of this measure, and I will go into my line of questioning. Act 8404 speaks to a territorial agricultural plan. My line of questioning will lead to this existing bill. My question is, what is the status of the territorial agricultural plan?
What, Mr. Chairman? I can speak to the fact that we, as a committee, like myself, Ms. Deputy Commissioner Carty, Dr. Adamu, and university staff, we've been meeting diligently every Friday and working on that. We have subcommittees. We have presented a draft of the plan, and we continue to work to finalize the plan. We're making great progress. It's a very engaging process that's very time consuming, and we're doing a great deal of research. I'm reaching out to all sectors within the agriculture community, locally and nationally, and we're diligently working on it and should have the plan ready in the near future.
So would you say that there is room for more discussion similar to what we're discussing here today as far as a possible seed banking program when it comes to the territorial agricultural plan?
We have our next scheduled meeting on Friday, and we will present this as an option for inclusion, and the committee will vote and provide input. But I see it as a relevant aspect that should be or could be included, but it will be based on our community input. But I don't see any problem with that being included.
Because, like I said, I do support such a measure, but these types of initiatives requires a lot of serious dialogues and a commitment from all the parties who will be involved to make sure that it is not just another mandate that is placed in the Virgin Islands Code and it goes untouched and it isn't being enforced. Because I looked up the advantages and disadvantages of a seed banking program, and I must say that the gentleman who spoke earlier mentioned the disadvantages. I'm a very optimistic person. I'm one of those individuals who thinks this way. Let us find a way of how we can do it, instead of finding all the reasons why we cannot do it. So I'm not here to fight down the bill, but I just want to make sure that we are having those serious dialogues. So this doesn't just go in the Virgin Islands Code like all the other mandates, and then it just sits there. And that is why I asked about the territorial agricultural plan, because the territorial agricultural plan will lay out the foundation for years to come when it comes to how we address farming and agriculture in a territory. Which leads to my another question. There's Act number 8306 that speaks to mandating the Department of Agriculture and the Department of Tourism to host an agricultural conference known as the VI Agricultural Caribbean Conference, in which I'm the primary sponsor of that legislation. I'm hoping and praying that in the year 2022, we can have that conference be put into place, because those are the areas or the places where we need to have these serious dialogues and conversations when it comes to Act number 8306. And hopefully, once we enforce Act number 8404, which speaks to the Territorial Agricultural Plan, and then we follow up with Act number 8306 that speaks to the Agricultural Conference that should be held annually, then we could start to look forward to having those serious discussions regarding a seed bank program in the territory. There isn't really much to be asked when it comes to this, because I must say that the gentleman highlighted the pros and cons of such a program. Our job is just to find out how it can be done. And like I said, it requires some serious conversation. And we will be able to do that with the Territorial Agricultural Plan and the Agricultural Conference. When it comes to the types of seeds to be stored, preserved, and in the territory, does the University of the Virgin Islands have any database that speaks to what are the priorities or the seeds in the Virgin Islands that are local and that we should preserve? Don't we have that database already in place? Something similar to that? Anybody from UVI can speak to that?
Yeah, I don't think, Senator, we have that. And definitely that's what we recommended based on how community seed banks are being operated around the world. Those are the kind of decisions that are made by the local farmers and the stakeholder of that community, seed bank system. But to answer your question directly, We don't have that at the University of the Virgin Islands. And I have my colleague here, Mr. Crossman. He might shed some more light on this.
Mr. Chair, with your indulgence, let us have this one last question. Do you know of
You may proceed.
Do you know of any entity, organization, agency within the Virgin Islands that basically has a similar seed banking program on probably a smaller scale, or individuals who speaks to the type of seeds being stored in the U.S. Virgin Islands? Do we have any of those activities going on here in the territory that you know of? Anyone on this panel can speak to that?
I have witnessed at the St. George's Village Botanical Garden where they have a small room and a piece of equipment where they've begun initiatives to collect seeds. We have had discussions, the Department of Agriculture, that is with them, to develop a Seed Savers Exchange Club in collaboration with the gardens. And then there was a change in management recently, but it's not something that we have embarked on as yet. But it is an initiative worth embarking from a community perspective, engaging students and all levels, from elementary all the way to the university level, and members of the community, all the backyard farmers and the farmers as well. But I'm sure it's an initiative that will take root simply because individuals in our community, they recognize the value of this. And we have individuals out there who are collecting seeds, and we need to connect the dots and bring them together. And this initiative would aid in that capacity.
Thank you. And hopefully with this legislation, we'll be able to connect the dots. And that is the reason why I asked you those questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Not a problem. What can be done to assure that our local farmers and home gardeners have access to these seeds? Anyone from agriculture or UVI?
Yeah, I think that's why the constraints of this seed banking committee is crucial. You have to, when you put in that committee, you need to look at how do you create this committee that reflect all the stakeholder group for the community seed bank system here in the Virgin Islands. So I think it was depending upon how we create that committee. It's so important to reflect the stakeholder groups across the board.
I also want to add, I've seen in other communities where they ensure that the facility design is friendly to the community, and it allows for community members to come in and access the seeds. And it's almost like an honor system where they sign out the seeds. As long as they're a member of the club, they can come in, the seeds are organized in a fashion that's easily accessible. They sign out the seeds they want, and they list that, and that's the process. It's like a community engagement honor system, and everyone is involved. And they value it. And usually that's how it's set up as well, in addition to how Dr. Adamu mentioned.
And I like the idea that you talk about the community involvement, because I envision that this will be a great project for both UVI and the Department of Agriculture to partner with our high schools. Do you have any idea or ideas in this regard?
I know you said high schools, but I have to tell you, with initiatives like this, it really works well with all levels of education. Our younger students are really they act like cultists when it comes to these type of activities once they are trained and they are given a task to do. So this is something that we can take to all levels of the school system. It will allow for students to learn more about the scientific names of plants and identifying plants, and that will help with building capacity in their academic areas. It will help with organizing and alphabetizing items, and all these constraints would be valuable to students across secondary and even at the post-secondary level, university. We have students who could create mechanisms for documenting the seed catalog. So there is space for every segment of society, actually, laymen and professionals. could get engaged in this activity. And that's why we do propose to start it at a community grassroots level to build capacity over time. And additionally, it will allow for increased funding once you have all those partnerships mentioned, and you're talking about educating all those levels of the community. That will be a grounds, or it will substantiate us being able to apply and qualify for funding to support these initiatives.
Excellent.
Yeah, quickly comment.
One second, Doctor Adamo.
Yes, sir.
Excellent, Assistant Commissioner Collingwood. I truly appreciate your statement, and you are absolutely correct as you mentioned that it should be on all levels of education. I did say on the high school level and whatnot, but I should have asked about within education, because as I sit here, I'm remembering some agricultural classes even, and just thinking back on how our youngsters as well play outside in the yard and whatnot, and some of the things that they do. If we were to grasp their attention span from that young age, I do believe that we will be able to keep them throughout and up and beyond even the high school system. So I truly appreciate your response. Dr. Adamo, you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Senator. I just wanted to add to what my colleague said. When you look at the role and function of a seed banking, education and training and outreach is one of the critical role of a community seed bank. Not only conservation and preservation and distribution of seed. So education and training and engagement is a crucial role and function of a seed bank in the community. So that's what I would like to add.
Thank you. Thank you. And is anyone at UVA now actively working to catalog or study the herbs or bush we have used traditionally?
Mr. Crossman, can you provide some perspective to this question?
Yes, Senator, we have persons who are working with these crops, and we actually do have a publication out that has been very popular for quite a number of years and is currently being revised about medicinal herbs and their uses in the Virgin Islands.
And where can these publications be found?
They are available at the Cooperative Extension Service, and they're actually in a number of bookstores for sale.
You see, we have to, available at the Extension Services, we have to be a bit more promoting of ourselves so that people can know exactly what's going on. So I would suggest that we do some PSAs and whatnot as well with to this regard, so that people can know about these publications. I know that there's a movement to reintroduce what they call the lost foods or crops. Is there anything in particular we have lost or stand to lose here in the Virgin Islands that any one of you can let us know?
Off the top of my head, I can't think of anything specific, but I think it is critical, again, that we engage the youth in doing research and interviews with some of our elders who may be at that age where we can lose that information forever, and document what is still available in terms of the uses and the availability of some of our local herbs and plants and things like that. That's data that we sorely need to retain. And I know the university historically has been diligent in doing that through, and I hate to call names, but Dr. Olassie Davis, I know since I was at the university in '85, he has been very active in playing that type of role. And there's a lot of information out there. It's a matter of having an entity to bring it all together. And this initiative will allow for all those type of activities, even research at the university level on these crops, so we can have that scientific data available for perpetuation forever.
But when you have good things to say about people, you shouldn't hate to call the names. Go right ahead and call the names. Dr. Olassie David has been
you're
somebody.
awesome. Thank you for all the efforts over the decades, and you continue to do amazing work. I have to agree.
Exactly. And when people are doing amazing work, we have a right to call them out and call the names. We can't hesitate to call the names, because when people do anything bad, we don't hesitate to call and spread all the information then. So when they're doing good, we have a right to call them out. All right, so that's not a problem. But you know, something that I'll also like to see going on, and I know with the pandemic, life have certainly changed for all of us. But as we see that we're moving towards returning students to the classroom and whatnot, does the Department of Agriculture and even the UVI Extension Services see yourselves getting into the schools and grasping the attention of these students that we're talking about across the board, and on whatever level it is, from the elementary to the junior high to the high school? And now we're seeing that they've basically merged most, if not all, of our elementary schools with junior high. So excuse me, they have the K through 8. But do you all see yourselves, as we ease ourselves away from this pandemic, do you see yourselves getting into the schools and intermingling with our students so that they can get the proper education on this? Besides the agriculture, besides the agriculture elective course that they have. Dr. Adam?
Yes.
Dr. Usman.
Yeah, okay. I think that is really important for us at UVI School of Agriculture, especially with the development of new academic program that we are doing right now. It's so crucial for us to reach out to schools at all levels, not only to recruit the students for our academic program, but to create awareness of the possible careers that are associated with agriculture. As a matter of fact, we started reaching out to work with our neighboring school across UVI, the educational complex. They send maybe 6 or 7 of their students to work with our faculty through what we call supervised agriculture experience. That's an excellent component of agriculture education in high school curriculum. So we have started reaching out to those kind of schools, and we also hire a recruitment specialist in the School of Agriculture that will have a responsibility to work with the school counselors, with the teachers, again, to create awareness of the type of careers and academic program that we have here at UVI.
I'll add that considering that agriculture is cross-curricular, it engages every academic area, it will be important for us to establish an agriculture in the classroom initiative across K to 12th grade to allow for increased literacy in agriculture, not necessarily to have students pursue careers specifically in agriculture, but for them to have a general understanding and knowledge of the value of agriculture in our community, and to support initiatives relative to agricultural growth and development. And this will allow for a more informed citizen who would then be part of the pipeline that is required for the School of Agriculture at UVI to be successful, because that program cannot be successful unless we create a pipeline of students starting from elementary school all the way to high school, so we can have a pipeline of students who could fill that program and make it successful. So yes, that's necessary and important.
Thank you. You know, it is certainly crucial to educate our students in the agriculture education, and I'm truly concerned about our children not being able to identify basic herbs or foods that's on our properties. You know, while modern technology has its place in today's society, we can't afford our children to not be able to identify what a tamarind tree is, what the types of mango trees that we have, etc. That's on our property. As a youngster, again, I'm thinking I'm going back to the days of being in the PAL program, the 4-H program, whatever program, but all these, the Boys and Girls Club, all these programs would actually meet up at some point out on the western end of the island on Mahogany Road, you know, going through Mahogany Road there and seeing all the fruit trees, etc. And, you know, I was on the property some time back, and some youngsters, they couldn't even identify some of the trees that was there. And I'm saying that's the part that I don't want us to lose. We got to get our children out in that green space that we've been discussing and whatnot, and actually taking part in the vegetation of this land. We have to be able to feed ourselves. And while we're talking about seed banking today, it all leads up to us being able to feed ourselves. You know, imagine we go in the supermarkets today to buy tamarind and mango when we have all these things in abundance here in the territory. At some point, we got to get our youngsters again. This is really crucial or critical for us to be able to grow as a people. So again, thank you all so much for your participation. Is there anything else that you all want to add at this time?
I would say thank you, and I'm really happy to hear you understand the critical importance of engaging the young people at an early age and throughout in agriculture. And it will only help improve their academic abilities, because when they identify seeds, they would know the common and the scientific name of the plant, how to manage the plant, the cultural propagation of the plant, how it works, a lot of information, and it will help them in general on an academic level. And that's a model that's working nationally for students all over the United States, and we need to do it for ourselves too.
Yes,
Thank you.
And I said that because I truly want to see, especially the Department of Agriculture. I know, again, we're in the pandemic, but once we're able to clear that hurdle, I would truly like to see agriculture within the schools and helping our agriculture programs and whatnot that's taking place on the junior high and high school levels.
Thank you again. For me, also on behalf of the School of Agriculture, I would like to thank you for the opportunity to speak on this legislation. And I truly understand that you all understand the importance of agriculture. That's why you are making all type of investment on it. And we are in it with you to change the mindset and thinking of young people in the Virgin Islands about agriculture. It's going to take all of us to do that. So I'm glad that you are willing to make that kind of investment, and not only in terms of your resources, but in terms of your time. You got to help us get this message across to young people. Thank you for the opportunity to be with you this morning.
Thank you for being here. And I know that both yourself and Assistant Commissioner Collingwood took the lead from your agency, but I'll be remiss if I didn't ask if there's anything from Deputy Commissioner Carty or is it Dr. Crossman or Mr. Crossman?
Mr.
Mr. Crossman. We'll yield to the young lady.
Well, I just wanted to say thank you so much for the opportunity to present today, Ms. Collingwood, and everyone here pretty much covered everything. Seed banking is an important initiative, and we're hoping that we can get it started, but we will require some resources on your behalf. So thank you again from the Department of Agriculture and from myself for the opportunity to present today, and we look forward to the initiative moving forward in the future.
Thank you so much. Mr. Crossman?
Yes, thank you, Senator. And I join all the other testifiers in thanking you for the opportunity to appear here this morning to support this important piece of legislation. I just want to add to what you mentioned about being in the schools. At the Extension Service, we have quite a number of programs that are school-based, where we actually have staff visiting the school. And yes, the pandemic has affected our programming in that regard. And we are pleased to see that there is some in-person instruction that has started, and we are ready to get into the schools and do our programming as soon as we get permission from the Department of Education that we can do so. But we have a long-standing relationship with the Department of Education for our programming in the schools at all levels.
Thank you. And, I must apologize to my colleague. I'm glad that he has the temperament that he has, and I know he came from the ministry as well. I'm glad that he didn't throw anything at me, because I'm here looking to close out this whole first block, and he is a sponsor of the bill, and I didn't even give him an opportunity to speak at the end. Usually the sponsor of the bill is the last person to speak, but because he gave such an eloquent introduction of his bill and testimony on his bill, I guess I assume that he had already spoken on the bill. But before you go to your busy schedules, allow me to just recognize the sponsor of the bill for his 5 minutes. Again, I apologize. Senator Carrion, you're recognized for your 5 minutes.
No problem, Mr. Chair. I know it happens from time to time. Happens to all of us humans. So no problem. I want to thank you once again, Mr. Chair, for allowing me to speak on behalf of this bill, and also testifiers for their testimony. I heard some of the questions that was presented by some of my colleagues, very good questions, some concerns, reference to I know Act 8404, which is agriculture planned, and that it's in the process. And I really see everything as, and various pieces of legislation that has been brought forward by some of my colleagues as a building block. So each legislation provides a stone in the foundation of the agriculture industry that we're developing in the territory. It's true that for many years, unfortunately, we hear promises, and sometimes during a campaign trail and there are different administrations that comes, and not a lot is done, but everyone is trying to contribute to building this industry that is in so much need for development, for growth and expansion. And I just want to thank you all for the work that you're doing in your different fields and areas of expertise in order to expand and build, and once again, so we can have a revitalized agriculture within our community. So I thank you for that. Now, Assistant Commissioner Carty, I know one of my colleagues are asking a few questions. Let me ask you, we might not have the data exactly, but over the years, even as a child growing up here, we've seen that before we had many tropical fruits that were readily available, and we saw them in many yards, and sometimes even in the wild. But lately we've seen that that has been diminishing. Are there any fruits or particular trees that you have noticed a decrease, not seen so much of lately? Can you kind of share that with us?
This Assistant Commissioner Collingwood, I noticed that we don't have as many kennep trees. They don't seem to be valued. They are now considered a superfruit that has very high nutritional value. And the issue is mostly being able to process the food so that we could maintain the shelf life and have it last a longer time, whether we pulp it or freeze it, things like that. But that comes to mind really quickly is the Genep. And, you know, I haven't been out in the wild, but as long as we are cutting down acreage to build for urbanization, we will be losing valuable food stock that we have available. But I cannot give you a specific number or varieties that fit in that realm.
And thank you. I don't know if anybody else wants to pitch in quickly, if they've heard or have noticed.
Something that has been brought to the attention of our agency are also the lack of tamarind trees. There's also been guava berry trees are in decline. And I believe gooseberry has been another one. Those are the ones that people always come and ask for because they're having difficulty finding.
Thank you. Thank you for that. I don't know if anybody else wanted to pitch in. But I just wanted to bring to attention that we haven't really been doing a good job in really keeping an inventory or data or records. And we might be even losing valuable crops or fruit trees that we are not even aware of. We see that, I hear my dad sometimes mention that some of the things that was so common before, my dad is in his 90s, common before, you don't find as you did before. So the purpose of this is really to be able to preserve for us what is important. Now, in regards to the plan, agricultural plan, who are the committee members, if anyone can share? Who serves on the committee?
We have the president of the university, Dr. Hall. We have our Commissioner of Agriculture, Positive T.A. Nelson. We have Dr. Adamu Usman Adamu, the Dean of the School of Agriculture. Myself, the Assistant Commissioner. We have Deputy Commissioner Carly, and we have Mr. Harrit Wickrama, who is with Green Tech Island Green on St. Thomas, a recycling entity. Those are the current members.
Yes.
Dr. Harris.
Kendra Harris, yes.
Or Dr. Dean Harris, yes, from the School of Business at UVI. Thank you for that, yes.
Thank you.
Very good.
And where you guys are in the process of the plan, are you, what percentage complete?
I think I would say, if I might say, we're almost finished. I would say about 90% of somewhere around 80–90% of the job has been done. So we're almost done. Let me put it this way. Substantial progress has been made on it.
Good. Well, thank you for sharing that information. And I just want to be able to, for the record, let it be known that we met with various stakeholders while working on this piece of legislation, and part of it was with the Commissioner, Positive Nelson, who is a member of the committee on the plan for agriculture, and also with Dr. Adamu himself. And in consultation with them, we realized that this would be another piece important in the whole development of the agriculture industry in the territory, as we heard in their testimony. So I just wanted to put that into the record, that it won't conflict with the agriculture plan, and as a matter of fact, it will enhance and be the foundation for what we're trying to build here in the territory. So I thank you. So in closing, Mr. Chair, and I thank you for your time, if you allow me to. I want to once again thank the Commissioner, Positive Nelson, for his time. I want to thank the Assistant Commissioner, Ms. Collywood, the Deputy Commissioner, Ms. Carty, Dr. Adamo, and Dr. Crossman for their participation, their testimony this morning, and collaborating with our office in order to put together this piece of legislation. I also would like to say that we will be bringing forward, based on the recommendations and the suggestions presented by Dr. Adamo, some amendments to the bill in order to be able to enhance it, and that will be brought forward. I also would like to express that the purpose, I heard some of the questions even from my colleagues, but the intention of this bill is to create the plan. It's not establishing the seed bank, but it's bringing the agencies together and all the stakeholders together so that we could establish a plan in the creation of the seed bank. So questions like the cost, what type of seed, who will be involved, they would come together with all the specifics that is needed and create the plan, and then we can continue moving along. We have to first have the architects and the expertise, draw out the plan of what we're going to build before we start building. And once we have that plan, then we can draw a cost estimate of what the construction will be. And I want to thank you for participating. So this is the stage where we are. It's to be able to create the plan, and which will be done in collaboration with Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands and other stakeholders, so that to ensure the security of food security within our territory that is so important. So I urge my colleagues to think about the future and support this measure. We often speak about the need to preserve our culture, and Bill number 34-0047 will help us protect our natural heritage, protect our culture, protect our, preserve also our flora, and as well as to preserve the efforts of generations of Virgin Islands farmers. So I want to end by thanking you, Mr. Chair, for the time and the testifiers. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. Senator James, you had a follow-up question?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I think earlier it was the good senator from Savan asked about funding, and I know in Bill number 34-0047, it made mention to federal funds, identifying federal funds that are available for such a program. But I do plan to bring an amendment to this bill, because I think the bill has good intentions, but as of today, nothing really stops the territorial Agricultural Plan Committee members from taking this exact bill, reviewing it, discussing it. But it's good to know that we have it in the code to make sure that it is done, in case just to hold individuals accountable. But as far as funding to carry out such a task, once the plan is finished and completed, the question is, what is next? And what I would like to get from Department of Agriculture leadership is, what would be next? We complete the plan. A year from now, the plan is completed. What is next? Can anyone speak to what are the possibilities of what is being next?
I would say staffing. For any initiative to work effectively, we have to have adequate staff to oversee, and administer the plan. A plan in itself would not be adequate. So having the appropriate staffing, identifying a building, maybe a government building that already exists that's appropriate to allow for some cost savings, and engaging the community with the Seed Savers Exchange group. So we have that going on. And in the meantime, working with the university to do research and collaborate with other universities or other Caribbean islands, like as part of that conference, just engaging with our hemisphere communities who have the same climate and maintain the same type of plants we do. And research, working with the schools, establishing programs within the schools so students could start engage in seed collecting, setting standards at different levels in the community. Those are some of the initiatives I think would be things we can do initially.
Positive. Nelson was very wise in his decision of bringing you down here. Thank you for your expertise and your knowledge. I like the fact that you broke that down. And those are the conversations that we need to be having. What is next? Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, and I concur with your statement there. You surely sent two capable people to represent the department. Thank you, all four of you, for your representation today. What we will do is, again, because of the law enforcement graduation and whatnot, we have lost the quorum, but we will have our quorum back after lunch. The ceremonies is still ongoing. So what we will do, colleagues, is we will take a vote on the measure after we return from lunch. And we already did the closeout from the testifiers. So once again, I want to thank each of you for your representation. And I do believe that, not do believe, but I do know that we will be retaining the two from agriculture, or at least some representation from agriculture. So Dr. Adamu and Mr. Crossman, thank you again, and you all are excused. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture will recess until 1:15 p.m. The correct time right now, as I see here, is 12:12, but we will recess until 1:15 p.m. for lunch. Thank you. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Wednesday, September 8th, 2021 is back on record and back from recess. Madam Clerk, can you, before you go there, let me just state that in Block 1, we heard Bill number 34-0047, an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a seed banking program to store and preserve seeds for preservations against climate change, natural disasters, and other situations. That measure has not been voted upon yet. However, we heard testimony from both UVI and Department of Agriculture, and we will be taking a vote on that measure shortly. At this time, I want to ask Madam Clerk to read Block 2 into the record.
Block 2. The committee will now hear testimony, not limited to, updates on the overall administration and operations of the farming and fishing industries, to include any update from prospective department regarding outstanding hurricane and COVID relief funding. Additionally, we will discuss ongoing efforts to improve both our local farming and fishing industries. Invited testifiers are as follows. Honorable Positive T.A. Nelson, Commissioner, Department of Agriculture. Honorable Jean-Pierre Oral, Commissioner, Planning and Natural Resources. Dr. Nicole Angeli, Director, Division of Fish and Wildlife, DPNR. Mr. Gary Malloy, Commissioner, Department of Labor. Local farmers and/or representatives, local fishermen and/or representative. Mr. Chairman, that is Block 2.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Again, we're here in Block 2 to discuss our farming and fishing industries and to get updates on the overall administration and operations of these two important industries here in the territory. We'll hear from some key agencies with regards to these two industries. However, I must note that advise that Commissioner Oriole from DPNR may have a conflict. I'm hoping that he's able to join us, but if not, he does have a conflict. They just left the law enforcement graduation, and then I think he has another engagement. However, can we do a systems check? Well, before we proceed, I want to give point of personal privilege to, I'll start with the Senate Vice President, Senator Francis, and then I'll follow up with Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, who both attended the law enforcement graduation earlier. Senator Francis, we'll begin with you and then just wrap up with the President.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon to you and good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I want to take this opportunity certainly to commend the Virgin Islands Police Department and the Police Training Academy and the graduation of the latest class, training class of 2021-1, as well as the auxiliary class of 2021-1. And certainly we have some new law enforcement officers out on our streets, and we know that how important that is. As we continue to lose officers, at least we're gaining some newly trained one that could go out there and certainly police our streets. We know what our crime situation is like at this time, but you know, under these severe and unprecedented time, we certainly commend those officers that continue to put their lives on the line for this community. Being a former law enforcement officer, I have nothing but appreciation for those individuals that continue to stand up and certainly take on the fight of crime fighting. So kudos to those individuals. And of course, we have one of our own that also graduated, Ms. Kalisha Clark, who will be enforcement officer for the first branch of government, the Virgin Islands Legislature. So special commendations to her as well. We have a similar graduation later on this month in the district of St. Croix too. So at the appropriate time, we'll certainly be able to recognize those individuals. And we can't fill these positions fast enough. So certainly, as we wrap up this particular class, we want to implore those individuals that do have the tenacity and the willpower to do law enforcement, that certainly they should try to fulfill the application process at the Virgin Islands Police Department. I also want to recognize the work of our Peace Officer Standard Training, who was the one that certified all our peace officers in the territory. In this particular class, we had individuals for the Virgin Islands Police Department, both sworn officers as well as auxiliary. We also had individuals from the Office of the Governor, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, the Virgin Islands Port Authority. Of course, I mentioned the Legislature of the Virgin Islands, as well as the Department of Justice and the Bureau of Corrections. Again, my commendations and kudos to all of those individuals that have taken on the role and responsibility of being the guardian of our homeland. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Francis. Senate President Donna Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I too want to lend my voice and congratulations to the 13 peace officers that actually graduated today from the posts. We ought to be proud of them. We ought to be proud of those young people who are willing to step up and serve their community in this manner, particularly in these critical times. We know that we have so many challenges in our community as it relates to crime. And of course, we cannot count out the pandemic. So I really want to commend them for stepping up and serving their community. And I want to ask the community to please respect them and of course, expect respect from them as well. The Senate Vice President said it eloquently. So I don't have to get into any further details. I just want to congratulate them. And I definitely want our community to know that we do have some new individuals to protect them out on the street. So when you see them, it's not, oh, the police is here. It's the protectors of our community is here. So again, congratulations to them. And of course, special congratulations to our very own Kalisha Clark. Young woman, very young. I did not realize that she was as young as she is. She has made the decision to serve her community, and that's commendable. So we look forward to her doing her part here in the legislature. A lot of times we really don't take the security and the enforcement component of the legislature very seriously. But I'm telling you, in these times, we saw what happened in Washington, D.C. Earlier this year, late last year, and I think it's important that we recognize the importance of those who serve us here in this legislative body. So again, congratulations to the new peace officers of the United States Virgin Islands, particularly the St. Thomas St. John District. And in the next few days, we will see those graduates from the St. Croix District. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Madam President. I believe we have a couple of pictures just before we move to a motion. Can we just put up those photos, please? Again, congratulations to our law enforcement officer, Ms. Officer Clark. Thank you, media. I'm trying to pull my members I'll take a 2-minute recess. The committee will recess for 2 minutes. Testifiers, I apologize. Give me 2 minutes, please. Thank you. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, Wednesday, September 8th, 2021, is back on record. At this time, I'll entertain a motion, amendment. Senator Francis, you recognized for an amendment?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I offer Amendment 34-317 on behalf of the bill sponsor, Senator Samuel Carrion. And this amendment is to Bill number 34-0047. Bill number 34-0047 is amended in the following instances. A, the title is amended by inserting community before seed. B, section 1 is amended on page 2, line 5, by inserting community before seed and inserting for the purpose of preserving and storing seeds after islands, and on line 7 by striking the first occurrence of stored. I so move.
Second.
Thank you. Properly moved by Senator Francis, second by Senator DeGraff. Hearing no objections, so ordered. You recognize for your motion, Senator Francis?
Motion. Mr. Chair and colleagues, I move that Bill 34-0047, an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a seed banking program to store and preserve seeds for preservations against climate change, natural disasters, and other situations that could lead to total annihilation of crops, plants, and other fauna and flora, as amended, be moved from the Committee of Economic Development and sent forward, Economic Development and Agriculture, and sent to the Rules Committee for further vetting. I so move.
Pro- Properly moved by Senator Francis, second by Senator James and Senator DeGraff. Roll call on bill number 34, that's 0047, as amended.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff.
Yes.
Senator Dwayne M. DeGraff, yay. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger. Senator Alma Francis Heiliger, absent. Senator Novell E. Francis Jr.
Yeah.
Senator Novell E. Francis Jr., yay. Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory.
Yes.
Senator Donna A. Fred Gregory, yay. Senator Javon E. James Sr. Senator Javon A. James Sr., yay. Senator Milton E. Potter. Senator Milton E. Potter, absent. Senator Kenneth L. Gittens.
Yes.
Senator Kenneth L. Gittens, yay. Mr. Chairman, 5 yeas, 2 absent.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Bill number 34, that's 0047, as amended, an act requiring the Department of Agriculture and the University of the Virgin Islands to create a plan to develop a seed banking program to store and preserve seeds for preservation against climate change, natural disasters, and other situations that could lead to total annihilation of crops, plants, and other fauna and flora, has been voted upon favorably here in the in the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, and will be forwarded to the Rules Committee for further vetting. Congratulations, Senator Carrion. Grant you a point of personal privilege at this time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. I want to thank my colleagues for supporting this piece of legislation. So I want to thank each and every one of you for your support. I also, once again, thank the testifiers that participated and all the stakeholders that participated in the process of putting this together. So thank you for your input, recommendations, and suggestions. I also would like to take this opportunity also to commend the men and women that graduated from the Police Academy. So I want to commend and congratulate each and every one of you for taking that stance to serve in the VIPD, and wish you all well. Our prayers will be with you. And also extend condolences to all the family members, especially the Burgos family that this morning laid, Ms. Burgo laid her son to rest, and everyone who has lost a family member due to COVID. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, once again.
Thank you, Senator Carrion. At this time, we'll move into Block 2 again. We'll get updates on the overall administration and operations of the farming and fishing industries. And online, we have several representatives, and we'll begin with the Department of Agriculture, that you can just introduce yourselves in your position, the department or agency you're representing, and that will count as your systems check as you're on. Please make sure that all devices are muted until you are recognized to speak during the course of the rest of the hearing. Department of Agriculture, starting with Assistant Commissioner. You may proceed.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm Assistant Commissioner.
Okay, you are going in and out again. Can you say your full name again?
Diana Collingwood, Assistant Commissioner of Agriculture.
Okay, your system seems to be going in and out, but hopefully we'll work it out. Deputy?
Good afternoon. My name is Hannah Carty. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Department of Agriculture.
Loud and clear. Next up, I can't see who all. Anyone from DPNR? Anyone from Labor?
Good afternoon, Gary Halyard, VIBLS Director, Acting Unemployment Insurance Director.
Tell me your last name again, sir.
Halyard, Halyard.
HAL.
YARD.
Thank you, sir. And that's from the Department of Labor. Anyone else online at this time? Is Mr. Brin online representing the fisheries, the fishermen? Or is there there's someone, is it Mr. Brin?
Yes, sir. Good day. This is Mr. Brin. I am not necessarily representing the entire fisheries, just was interested in sharing tidbits as a part-time commercial fisherman.
So you are a fisherman, so thank you.
A registered fisherman, yes.
Yes, thank you for being here with us. I believe there's also a Mr. Brown online, a farmer. Not yet? Okay, as soon as we could get Mr. Brown up, we'll come back. In the meantime, if you're having a hard time getting on, you can call my office. I think he's here now. Is this, yeah, Mr. Brown? You're on mute. Your camera is on, but you're on mute.
Yes, I'm here.
Tell Yvette Brown to show you the proper ropes instead of just standing up in the back there.
I had to get the IT department to deal with it.
Which is Miss Yvette, right? Okay. So go ahead and introduce yourself.
Okay, sorry for the lateness. Unfortunately, no. I was done.
You're just introducing yourself at this time. That's it for now.
Okay, my name is Dale Brown. I am the owner of Sager Farm along with my wife, Yvette Brown. Okay. I'm also a part of the Agriculture Advisory Board and also Island Food Security.
Thank you. So we have representation from the Department of Agriculture, Department of Labor. DPNR is not here. We have representation from at least one fisherman and at least one person, a farmer. So we'll proceed with the testimony from the Department of Agriculture. Assistant Commissioner or Deputy Commissioner, you recognize whomever is presenting on behalf of Department of Agriculture.
Good afternoon again. Greetings, Chairman Kenneth Giddens, the members of the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, other members of the 34th Legislature, Legislative Central Staff, Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture staff, and the people of the Virgin Islands. My name is Hannah Carty. I'm the Deputy Commissioner for the Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, and here with me today is Assistant Commissioner Diana E. Collingwood. The Virgin Islands Department of Agriculture, or VITA, continues to work industriously to meet its mandates and responsibilities under VI Code, while serving the current and future needs of the people of the Virgin Islands. This has included several strategic planning measures for the following subjects, including but not limited to staffing, vehicles, heavy equipment, critical infrastructure, accessibility, and outreach. These items were identified as crucial aspects of the department that required immediate attention. The value of our employees cannot be understated. Our employees support and perform work above and beyond the call of duty every single day. First, we'd like to recognize that we have completed the process for approving classified employee raises, and all employees eligible have received copies of their updated NOPAs. We are working on completing payments that will backdate this raise to 2019. We hope that our employees will be made whole by the end of September. We additionally have embarked on several employee morale boosting events and developmental activities. Another facet of the employee experience is ensuring proper deployment, i.e., the right people in the right place at the right time. This year, we have developed a staffing plan for the department to include necessary new employees to cover our needs. Please see Appendix A, the ideal staffing plan. While developing our fiscal year 2022 budget, we closely considered our needs and have been making these requests known. We still find ourselves sacrificing critically needed positions to match with the funding given to the department. While we recognize we cannot get everything we want at one time, building to full staffing will allow VITA to accomplish the many goals and mandates that this body and the people of the Virgin Islands continue to request. Additionally, roles such as a grants manager and grants writer would allow VITA to seek additional funding outside funding for departmental activities. Utilizing our current funding to seek individuals to support VITA activities, we currently have the following positions open for the department, including a director for the hemp program, a property manager, 2 property inspectors, and administrative specialists and heavy equipment operators. Ensuring the proper employment levels, personnel training, development, and other tools will help shape the department to become a revenue-generating entity for the future. In a training earlier this year, our employees developed their team vision for VITA of agriculture, reinvigorating the sustainable breadbasket of the Caribbean by doing our jobs. Another performance management training allowed our team to think holistically about the future of the department and align ourselves to our goal of serving the Virgin Islands community. Our employees are the heart of our department, and ensuring they are happy and properly equipped will ultimately guide our success. We have also begun a developmental overhaul of all heavy equipment, vehicles, increasing security measures, and technology to replace outdated equipment on all 3 islands. This ensures that employees will have many of the right tools to do the work required of them. In addition, our commitment to seeing our FEMA projects through continues as many of our projects reach completion. We continue to work on finalizing many of our smaller projects and completing the detailed steps of the larger projects. See Appendix B, the VITA FEMA PW dashboard. In our community, we have been regularly meeting with key stakeholders such as the Agricultural Plan Task Force, Caribbean Green Technology Center, the University of the Virgin Islands, the USDA, our Fisheries Advisory Councils, the Virgin Islands Agriculture Advisory Group, and others to ensure critical infrastructure for water, roads, and conservation are addressed. We eagerly await the appointment of the National Association of Conservation Districts members so that additional resources may be addressed. In the interim, our team has developed a strategic plan to accomplish 3 small goals for waste accumulation reduction, soil conservation and enhancement, and seeking additional funding over the course of the next year. Our marketing division, using the Specialty Crop Block Grant Program, has begun their Backyard Farmer Development Program, which is a comprehensive training providing technical assistance, education, and equipment for the development of these farmers. Produce grown will be purchased by VITA and featured as the harvest of the month in a farm-to-institution program, allowing locals to access homegrown foods more readily. On August 2nd this year, VITA had a soft launch of its new property management program, including updated forms, new online form access, and a new land lease application. In conjunction with the hiring of the new members of the property management team, we are hoping to ensure closer compliance and monitoring for the GVI's agricultural properties and provide access to land for new farmers interested in leasing land with the government. We are currently working through the individuals who hold occupancy permits to get them full lease agreements with us. Our veterinary services team has had a full response in conjunction with the USDA to the presence of Bont ticks in estate Lower Love on St. Croix. This has been an ongoing and prolonged eradication effort, which has included the surveillance of over 2,000 animals on 55 premises. Prolonged treatment for the next 3 years includes biweekly, monthly, and quarterly visits to farms, along with monthly spraying of livestock and horses with a parasiticide. A new cooperative agreement with the USDA will assist in covering expenses for the eradication program. The veterinary services team has also managed other infectious animal diseases and is monitoring the prevention of African swine fever, which does not affect humans or other animals here in the territory. More information on African swine fever can be found on our website at doa.vi.gov/ASF. The St. Croix Abattoir reopened on August 9th after a 2-month closure to repair a slaughter condenser unit, gutting station, and chill room repairs. In the past month, we have slaughtered 10 cattle, 22 sheep, 2 goats, and 27 pigs, 14 of which were shipped from St. Thomas. On St. Thomas, the information on the abattoir has been sent to Public Works to develop a scope of work to include the developments from the FEMA project and structural assessment that was completed earlier this year. Insurance funds will be used to repair this facility. Finally, in our discussion on animals, we cannot neglect to inform the community that a notice of grant awards for our animal service partners, the Animal Care Center of St. John, Inc., the Humane Society of St. Thomas, Inc., and the Animal Welfare Center of St. Croix, Inc., have all been fully executed. We have processed payments to these entities, and many of them have begun receiving their payments. We are excited to note the inclusion of our supplemental budget request and await the release of these funds so that our animal partners may be made whole for years prior. In 2020, the governor, with assistance from this body, set aside $100,000 for economic relief for farmers. To date, most of these farmers have received an initial $500 payment. Due to low participation on this application, the governor has approved an additional $500 payment for farmers, totaling $1,000 in COVID relief funds for farmers. We're hoping to send out these additional payments in the next few months. We continue to serve our mission to develop, support, and promote an economically lucrative agricultural industry in the U.S. Virgin Islands while supporting farmers, consumers, and the environment. Seeds, seedlings, soil, fertilizer, small plants, feed, and hay are available in both island districts. Thank you for the opportunity to present here today on updates for the department. Thank you to the hardworking people of the Department of Agriculture and the people of the Virgin Islands. We remain available for any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Commissioner. We'll move on to Mr. Halliard from Department of Labor.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Honorable Senator Kenneth Gittins, Chairman of the Economic Development and Agricultural Committee, other committee members, and other members of the 34th Legislature present, the viewing and listening audience. I'm Gary Halliard, Director of Bureau of Labor Statistics, Acting Director of Unemployment Insurance for the Virgin Islands Department of Labor. Here before you today on behalf of Commissioner Gary Malloy. Thank you for inviting us to provide testimony regarding the impact of the unemployment insurance programs. Over the past 2 fiscal years, the Virgin Islands Department of Labor's Unemployment Insurance Division provided regular and temporary unemployment insurance benefits to eligible claimants during the COVID-19 events that caused economic disruption in the global and Virgin Islands economy. These programs were designed to provide economic assistance to the many citizens impacted from continuing their daily means of earning income. During this time, over 20,000 initial claims were filed by individuals seeking some sort of assistance that included self-employed individuals, some of who were farmers and our local fishermen. Our agency implemented the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program called PUA the Pandemic Emergency Unemployment Compensation, PEUC, the Federal Pandemic Unemployment Compensation Program, called FPUC, the Mixed Earner Unemployment Compensation Program, and the Lost Wages Assistance Program, which concluded December 27, 2020. These programs were authorized under the CARES Act and subsequently extended under the Continued Assistance Act and the American Recovery Plan Act. The LWAP program, LWAP, an executive order was not extended and sunset on December 27, 2020. The programs collectively spanned from an effective week of February 1st, 2020 until September 4th of 2021 and were based on claimants' weekly eligibility during the period. Although these programs have sunset on September 4, 2021, all state areas have been given until June of 2022 to continue processing any eligible claims filed prior to the sunset of the program. This additional time was given based on the enormous amount of backlog experience in processing weekly claims for individuals, which involves investigating, reviewing, and verification of continued claim certifications. Presently, VIDOL has approximately over 30,000 continued weeks to process that mostly covers from the January 2nd, 2021 date, when the CAA provided extensions for additional weeks, and the ARPA, which runs from March 2021 until the September 4th date. During this period, over 179,205,440 in funds were disbursed by our agency, and we will continue until the June 2022 timeframe. Under the POOR program, we paid out $22,830,849, and PEUC $16,657,831 to date, and the LWAP program $6,230,968, and FPUC, one of the largest ones and first time of the additional amount, $77,166,331. As it specifically pertains to the farmers and fishermen, these individuals were not under our regular program and covered by the enactment of the POOR program. Under the POOR program, we have been mainly tracking by employed versus self-employed, so payments to farmers and fishermen are included in the POOR totals. We'd like to take this opportunity to thank the staff of the Virgin Islands Department of Labor for all their efforts, as well as a happy Labor and Management Awareness Month to all of the month of September was proclaimed by Governor Albert Bryan. The Virgin Islands Department of Labor is committed to assisting people of the Virgin Islands to access the benefits due to them. We are committed to ensuring integrity and also flipping the coin from unemployment to workforce development. We are also asking the Virgin Islands community to be on the lookout for and participate in the scheduled weekly events of the Labor Month 2021 activities. On behalf of the VIDOL and Commissioner Malloy, I'd like to thank the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture members for allowing VIDOL to provide testimony on the impact of the unemployment insurance programs. This includes the testimony, and I welcome any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Halyard. Can you tell me your title again at Labor?
Yes, sure. Director of BI Bureau of Labor Statistics and filling as the Acting Director of Unemployment Insurance.
Okay, thank you, sir. I see that we're joined by Commissioner Oriole. Thank you so much. I know you have a tight schedule, but you may proceed.
Thank you, and good afternoon, Senator. And before I begin, I just want to wish, again, a congratulations to the graduating Police Academy class of 2021-1, and a special congratulations to Officer Antonio Christopher that will be beginning his tenure with DPNR within the next several days. Congratulations to all the graduates. So again, good day, Senator Gittins, members of the 34th Legislature's Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture, non-committee members and legislative staff present, and members of the viewing and listening public. My name is Jean-Pierre Oriole, Commissioner of the Department of Planning and Natural Resources. As requested in the invitation dated August 25th, 2021, I am here to provide an update on the department's efforts regarding hurricane and/or COVID relief funds, as well as an update on the progress being made on the Invasive Species Eradication Community Program established under Act Number 8450. Beginning with our Fisheries Disaster Hurricane Relief Program, as of September 2nd, 2021, a total of $5,210,500 has been paid out to fishers since the start of the program in June of 2020. There are currently 12 applications requesting $228,957 currently in processing at DPNR, all of which were received after August 1st, 2021. At the time of application for the federal funds, DPNR had allocated 9.7 towards direct assistance to fishers, with specifically 6.7 million towards the commercial fishing sector. We have not received that level of funding in requests, so DPNR will be implementing a second phase 1 payment of $5,000 to all fishers who previously applied to the program. No new application will be necessary except for an additional signature, as we will use the information on file for each of the applicants. This additional add-on payment to all fisher applicants will allow us to arrive at expending more than 100% of the total aid requested by fishers as direct payments. As part of the Hurricane Disaster Relief Program, DPNR is purchasing and supplying all fishers with U.S. Coast Guard approved safety equipment for their vessels. This includes personal flotation devices, whistles, a flare gun, waterproof accessories, and a first aid kit, just to name a few. Public solicitations for kits comprised of all the equipment were completed, and a vendor has been selected to complete the kits. We anticipate the disbursements of kits to the fishers to begin by the end of September. With respect to CARES Act funding, the Federal Office of Management and Budget announced in September 2020 that it was making $939,000 available in stimulus funds to the U.S. Virgin Islands for fisheries-related losses. The National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, through the National Marine Fisheries Service, opened the opportunity in November of 2020, and DPNR, through our Division of Fish and Wildlife, received approval of our application in December 2020. The award contains several special award conditions, which included initial award consultation and a pre-approved spend plan that had to meet the criteria for the award. DFW completed the initial award consultation in February 2021 and submitted the spend plan to NIMS in March 2021. Over the course of the next 3 months, NIMS requested 3 revisions of the spend plan, and on June 21st, 2021, we received approval of our spend plan. DPNR's program is relatively simple. There's $900,000 for direct distribution. 42%, or $378,000 of the funds, will be directed towards commercial, wholesale, and aquaculture ventures, and 58%, or $522,000, will be directed towards the charter industry. We anticipate that the average payments will be between $1,600 and $2,200. The Hurricane Disaster Recovery Program and the CARES Act program are very different in that one was a recovery program, which documentation focused on damages, and the other is a stimulus program focused on economic losses. One of the distinct requirements of the CARES Act program is that an individual or company must be able to certify that they suffered a minimum of a 35% loss from 2019 to 2020 as a result of the pandemic. Due to the nature of the documentation that would be necessary to evaluate the applications, and following the submission of the spend plan, DPNR began discussions with the Virgin Islands Economic Development Authority, as they previously enacted a stimulus program using CARES Act funds in 2020. We are finalizing a memorandum of agreement that would enable our partnership for them to issue payments to eligible applicants using their infrastructure previously developed to provide assistance through the CARES Act. These include their website, application, and staff to do economic valuation analysis. We anticipate that the program will kick off within the next 3 weeks following the finalization of the MOA and transfer of the funds from DPNR to the EDA for execution. NOAA NIMS has already granted DPNR, as well as other states and territories, a preliminary extension to March 31st, 2022 for the implementation of the program and expenditure of these and any other appropriated funds. Lastly, with respect to where DPNR is in the implementation of the invasive species eradication program, the program requirements have been prepared and the outreach materials in support of the program are near finalized. In addition, the impressed account is in the process of being established in conjunction with the Department of Finance. Once the account has been established, DPNR will be ready to launch the program. This concludes my testimony at this time, and I'm here to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Oriole, for your testimony, DPNR. And from your intro when you started, you had just one enforcement officer today that graduated from the class in the St. Thomas St. John district?
Yes, one officer in the St. Thomas St. John, and one will be graduating in the St. Croix district on the 17th of September.
Okay. During our questioning, I'll ask you something else about that. Thank you for your testimony. At this time, I want to move to Mr. Bryn.
Yes, hello, good day, Senator Gittens and everyone present today. I just wanted to express, as a registered part-time fisherman in the territory, I had some major concerns, and I just wanted to share with the listening public and those who making decisions that, you know, I want to sound alarm that we have major, you know, problems facing our environment, the fisheries here in the territory.
Okay, and what I'll ask you to do in the beginning is to just stick with the testimony you've provided to us thus far, and then afterward you can, I'll allow you to elaborate once we get into the discussion.
Yes, sir. Okay. Once again, my name is Gene Bryn Jr. You know, I am a registered commercial fisherman that's been passed down from generations. I do have a separate full-time job in government, but I have a major concern with the fisheries. The points that I sent while you expressed for fishers to have
do you have the document
information that they're concerned about, or enforcement of our local laws?
Mr. Bryn.
Yes.
Do you have the document in front of you that says testimony from Gene Bryn Jr., USVA commercial fisher?
Yes, sir.
Can you read from that first and foremost and proceed down?
Okay. First and foremost, thank you for inviting the farmers and fishers to share our knowledge. The U.S. Virgin Islands fishery is in a precarious state. How can I make such a statement with no scientific study in hand? Well, I have some background. My background is I've been fishing both commercially and recreationally since I was a child in the U.S. Virgin Islands. Growing up in Hull Bay on the north side of St. Thomas as a third-generation Virgin Islander, my blood is a true mix of boiled fish and green banana. I've fished and continue to fish St. Thomas, St. John, St. Croix, Puerto Rico, and all over the BVI. I hold a commercial fishing license passed down to me through family. I studied and obtained my degree in marine biology at the University of the Virgin Islands. I work full-time as a customs officer in the Marine Division. I see, I hear, and feel what is going on in the marine environment every day. Below are items I am most concerned about. Little enforcement from DPNR. Not enough qualified, well-trained officers to do the job. When was the last time we heard of a fisheries case being brought to court? Not enough recreational regulations. Bait fish have been decimated by the charter boat industry. Tourists are allowed to abuse our fishery. They can harvest however many lobster and species that they want. And I have an attachment, which is a simple BVI rule that no visitors are allowed to take lobster from their territory. If you go to the Park Service, the U.S. Park Service in St. John or Buck Island, you cannot take lobster as visitors. Species such as Wilkes continue to be harvested outside of season, and a longer moratorium should be enacted to bring back the Wilkes species. Recreational marine traffic has become overwhelming to the fragile shoreline ecosystem. Permits for development such as Cowgirl Bebop should be scrutinized way more for putting barges in one of the most pristine areas of the Virgin Islands that fishermen go. I am well-traveled and speak to what proper marine resource management can do for a state or territory. Florida, which has a population of 21+ million, has been able to manage a much longer fishery, a much larger fishery that is surprisingly healthy for that populous state. I just returned from a fishing trip to Alaska and was amazed at how strict the recreational and commercial fisheries laws were. In California, you're allowed only to catch lobster by hand or by a hoop net. All U.S. states require recreational licenses for residents and non-residents to collect fees to manage the fishery. We are way behind the times, even if it's a mere $5 a person. If we don't step up and manage what has been left for us, our people will face colossal loss of our marine ecosystem. Lastly, I would like to share personal experience of having my mooring, boat, and dinghy kept at Magens Bay, which has been grandfather clause in for the fishermen. I was told after Hurricane Irma that I could not enter the beach to check my equipment, but I was right there at the gate when the police and Magens Bay Authority gave access to people checking on the concession. The Magens Bay Authority has transitioned from never charging fishermen, never ever charging fishermen to enter the beach, to now requiring $150 yearly fee to have our mooring there that we maintain. The Magens Bay Authority has pointed to the Fairchild lease to show there is a section that allows them to charge the fishermen. I have witnessed over the years the few, maybe 5 or 6 registered fishing boats who operate from Magens were allowed to enter the side of the beach, quote unquote, the fisherman's side. Now, the authority has granted access to dinghies from many yachts to come in and out, bringing garbage back and forth, while the fishermen are the only ones now forced to pay a yearly $150 fee and have to maintain their own moorings with separate fees from DPNR. One day I asked an authority board member, how can I join the board? And what I was told is it's the best that the fishermen organize on their own, and this was discouraged from joining the board. This personal experience being said, I recommend the 34th legislature draft legislation to grant better access to the fishermen that are grandfathered into Magens Bay for historical and cultural reasons. I also recommend when the Fairchild lease expires or is extended, that the fishermen and history be protected. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brin. And I'm not sure if you just glanced over it or you meant to skip it, but you had 2 great points where you spoke of you can't rape the ocean and the BVI. Look at the attachment for BVI fishing. It's much more regulated than the USVI. and constant erosion and runoff from rampant building violations, yet there is blame put on the commercial fishermen for overfishing. I'm not sure if you had just purposely omitted that or you glanced over, but I wanted to make note of that. Thank you for your testimony, and I'll move to Mr. Brown from Sager Farms.
Good afternoon, Senator Gittins, and all senators at this committee.
And before you go, you don't have a written testimony, do you?
No, but I will be straight.
Okay, straight and to the point. Okay.
Straight and to the point. Well, good afternoon to the people of the Virgin Islands. I am in support of moving the Department of Agriculture forward, and I believe most farmers are. But at this present time, the Department of Agriculture is handicapped. Deputy Commissioner Hanekati gave us a synopsis of what is going on within the department and what they intend to get done, and I applaud that. However, there are no actual true development when it comes to the existing laws of the territory that is supposed to be developed during any development of the Department of Agriculture. And that has basically been because there has never been no true oversight by this legislature or any execution by the executive for the purpose of making the Department of Agriculture the agency that is responsible for the promotion and the development of an agricultural industry in the territory. If you look at most of the existing laws here in the territory that has anything to do with agriculture, they are totally in violation or they're totally being skipped over. Look at Act 6836. 6836 has a significant amount of programs within that, but is not represented in any budgetary hearings. Oftentimes I've heard the senators talk about what goes on or what should be going on in the Department of Agriculture. But there's only two components they have always looked towards to, and that is the abattoir and land preparation. And in actuality, there's so much other components that is required for the development of the industry that is totally overlooked, not questioned, not asked, not even given a second hint. And oftentimes you have the farmers who are looking as though they are the ones that are not doing the work. You cannot expect to have a department that is responsible for the integrity of the development of the industry, but yet still you expect farmers to be up to par. That is not possible. And oftentimes you have the Department of Agriculture coming to the legislature saying they can do a lot with a little bit. That is not acceptable. We have Act 6836, Act 7162, Required to Farm to School, Act 7534, Julie Mango, Act 7660, an Agriculture Business Incubator Center. Now we have Act 8404, which actually supposed to develop a territorial agricultural plan. But then you don't really find no farmers on the task force at this point. There's no farmers there. And you have not even heard of this task force even visiting a farm at all since its inception. There's so much needs to be done to the Department of Agriculture in addition to what it needs to make it to be a true agency that is responsible for the development and the promotion of the industry that is all overlooked. This is the department that has no true professional billing, and that is a problem, because as much as we talk about horticulture or seedlings, there's no horticulture at the Department of Agriculture. As much as we talk about livestock production and the abattoir, there's no one in animal husbandry. And right now, livestock farmers are actually producing livestock on their own. They are just mixing and matching. So therefore, you're not going to get the quality the conformation, or even the meat that is required for commercial fabrication of those meats. Now, you also have within the law to actually help farmers who buy equipment so that they can have the equipment repaired. So that requires significant amount of staffing by the Department of Agriculture. This is the only agency in the government of the Virgin Islands that is undermined continually. And I give respect to the commissioner, the assistant commissioner, deputy commissioner, because at a professional level, they cannot do the outreach that is necessary to actually accommodate what is needed for the development of the industry. They have no staffing whatsoever. They are what we will consider behind the 8 ball. And they are actually trying to make it happen. This is not the first time, but it has happened in the past. And it's continued, but this department presently is suffering even more than ever. Today, we have seen monies that are given to the department in addition to what it needs, but is that money going to ever reach the Department of Agriculture? And I'm talking about Act 8259, which gave a percentage increase of the overall budget of 1% for year 1, 2, and 3 for the Department of Agriculture, and year 4 and 5. Yet still, we are not seeing those monies are going to be transferred to the department or how they're going to be utilized to develop the industry. This department has a lot of work to do, a significant amount of work to do. And if we are not going to actually take this department and take it to the next level or reinstitute it where it meets the criteria of a state agency, Department of Agriculture, for the development of the industry, then we are wasting our time. We are actually stabbing ourselves in our face and in our back. The Virgin Islands actually have one of the best laid out plan for the development of the industry. All these laws that are enacted by the legislature, but yet still there not been no active oversight, is the reason why we are here to play in this moment at this time. The executive has not been pursuant to enact to execute none of these laws, and these laws are here to be executed. So the continued violation of these laws is what is placing us in this derogatory state of development. The Department of Agriculture presently, they do need an agronomist. An agronomist is an individual who, for the purpose of livestock and human consumption, provide or so show the need for food development. And they take care of that. The department needs that. If you're talking about hay development for livestock within the territory, for those lands that are already there, an agronomist will be the perfect person for them to have on hand. You have a horticulturist if you're going to need ceiling production, and for individuals who may visit farms to see what farms are doing, that is excellent. You also need that individual for the purpose of what we discussed earlier, seed banking, including the agronomist. Animal husbandry is quite needed and is extremely necessary. A plant pathologist for the climate that we live in, and for the times of plants getting sick or plants not being able to develop as they should, a plant pathologist can help in the development of these disease to show what is required to make sure that the plants meets their production. Our abattoir, which we always talk about, and we continue to talk about, livestock farmers here in the territory are actually suffering. And for an area as of 2018, the census talks about over 8,000 livestock, sheep and goat here in the territory. But yet still that cannot be manifested because there is no animal husbandry and there is no development of the abattoir to actually take this. You're talking less than 100 animals that have been slaughtered in a month. That's absolutely should not be, because we have had animals in 2000 that actually overshadows that. So we are talking of not being able to meet a mandate or to create revenue generation for these farms or income for farmers that's going to meet the viability of the developing the industry. We need to definitely work a lot harder and look at things at a lot more foresight in order for us to actually make our agricultural industry. And when we talk of an agricultural industry, we're not just talking about farming, because that is the position that we are talking about farming. And farming is just the base root of agriculture, of an agricultural industry. There is need of a professional development within the territory to make that happen. Right now, the university is looking towards a school in agriculture. Yes, but they need to find a feeder source here in the territory to actually meet that mandate. That requires from the high schools into the university, and also extending that to the wider community to participate in the development of the industry for that education. We will go that the territory of the Virgin Islands, St. Croix in specific, is actually designed by nature for food production. And many would ask, why would I say that? You look at the terrain of St. Croix, where the center of the island is actually the flattest and highest comparing to Mount Eagle and Blue Mountain. And it sits right under Blue Mountain. But yet still, we don't see it because we are not paying attention. You're talking about species of plants that have been lost. That is because we are in a climate change for the amount of homes we are living in. And that is the reason for the development of the conservation district, that to assist the Department of Planning and Natural Resources for the purpose of having that quasi-government agency to look at these things when it comes to soil and water conservation. We have a lot of work to do. And to always say that we don't have enough money, but then spend money elsewhere, or to undermine the Department of Agriculture for the purpose of not meeting its needs, and then turn around and chastise them for not doing certain things, then we are playing games. And in closing, I'm available for questioning, and we need to definitely work towards seeing the Department of Agriculture being reinstituted as the agency who is at head for the development of our island agriculture.
Thank you for your statement, Mr. Brown. And I must note that execution, I can concur, is the problem and not necessarily oversight. And when we, as the legislature, exercise oversight and legislate laws, there's a pushback to say that we're violating the separation of powers doctrine. But I'm not, I don't speak for the institution, but I believe I can certainly say on behalf of my colleagues that we will continue to do our part to move these islands forward. And that's with your people like your input from the community, so that we can have a good dialogue moving forward to move these industries along. So thank you all for your testimony and input today. At this time, I will move to, we will do a 6-minute round, but we just heard testimony from the Department of Agriculture, Department of Planning and Natural Resources, Department of Labor, representative from the fishing industry, and a representative from the farming industry. So before we go into a 6-minute round, let me just take a 4-minute recess so that you can stretch your legs, use the restroom, and we'll be back in exactly 4 minutes. It's now 2:41. I will resume at 2:45 promptly. Thank you. Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is on recess for 4 minutes. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture is back on record Wednesday, September 8th, 2021. Again, we've heard 5 testimonies, and now we'll proceed to discussion in this matter, and we will begin with a 6-minute round, starting with Senator Dwayne DeGraff in the St. Thomas, St. John District. Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon, testifiers, all viewing, listening, and present. Again, congratulations to the police class and all the law enforcement personnel, our very own Ms. Kalisha Clark. My 26 years of advice in law enforcement would be to don't just have a job, carry this career in your heart, and remember to enforce the laws, and you're not above the law. Keep that, and you'll see how 26 years from now you'll be and where you will be. Department of Labor, I'd like to start with you first. Thanks for all you've been doing, because I know from the hurricanes, the pandemics, labor been working around the clock, and very long hours. I know employees probably are taxed to the max. And I don't know if per se recently, but I've been receiving some calls and things from individuals in regards to, as you mentioned, a backlog of possibly over more than 90 days. What is some of the issues relating to that?
Gary Halliard for the record. Some of the issues, Senator, is one, the changes in the law that occurred for the CAA and the ARPA. The Congress and then the U.S. Department of Labor made some changes and required additional documentation. And so in doing that, we had to go back and program out our systems, and that took some time. Once we got over that, the weeks were going out, and so that just created a backlog of cases, and each individual of the staff that we have to, on a daily basis, make sure every week investigate and verify those certifications, in addition to making sure that individuals hand in the additional documentation. The Continued Assistance Act required additional documentation from claimants, and so that is some of that. In addition, we did lose some employees during the months of July and August to some retirement, and some went off to seek other employment opportunities.
Okay, thank you for that, and again, thank you to the Department of Labor. I know it's still, a lot of work, and they're doing a great job. But people just this has become the livelihood, and they're waiting for the assistance. To DPNR,
yes,
for in regards to from 2017 we had the hurricanes. 2020 we had the pandemic. How much funds did we get from the hurricane time? As you mentioned, 2 separate funds right now for our fishermen and assistance. How much money did we receive from both of them, and how much money have we expended? And do we need more outreach programs or anything to assist with getting this information out to the fishermen, because from 2017 to 2021 it is a bit long. Commissioner?
So I believe that's for me, Senator. Commissioner J.P. Oriole for DPNR.
Yeah.
So
yes, sir.
So we received a grant from NOAA in the amount of $10.7 million as a disaster recovery from the storms of 2017. In that grant, there was $9.7 million allotted for direct assistance to fishers, both recreational and commercial. Specifically for the commercial fishers, 6.7 million was allocated towards them. The department has only received $5.5 million, of which $5.2 million has been paid out to the commercial fishers. So what we are doing is we are doing an additional round of $5,000 to each commercial fisher with, no paperwork, no questions. I'm bringing what was initially that $5,000 stipend up to that $10,000 amount. And that gets us to the 6.7 million that was in the award specifically for direct assistance to the commercial fishing industry. And we are still on target for about $2 million for the recreational charter industry right now, based on the number of applications that we have received thus far. With respect to the CARES Act funding,
1 minute.
Again, that money was allotted to the department just earlier this year, and we received approval of the spend plan. That was $939,000, of which $900,000 is going in as direct assistance. The $39,000 is being used sort of for administrative costs and the analyses to determine the actual payments. But what we have done is created that spend plan so that those monies would now go out once we start to push out the applications. The total number of applications received will be divided up, and then all the monies that are allocated for commercial fishers will go out as an equal amount. All the monies on the recreational charter side will go out based on the total amount of applications received during the application period.
Yeah, thank you for that. And for agriculture, Department of Agriculture, I like when I saw your testimony about raises, NOPERS and back pay and all of that. Now, for the NOPERS that are owed monies of back pay from back as 2019, will those individuals, is said, going to be paid by the end of this month, September? Is that money in the 2021 budget?
Time.
Or are we going over into the 2022 budget for them to be addressed?
These funds were going to be utilized from our 2021 budget. The funds have been secured for that payment.
Time.
Okay, and how much, if I may wrap up, Mr. Chair?
You may wrap up.
Okay, and how much money are we talking about, and how much employees will it affect?
I will have to get back to you on the exact numbers. I believe the raises totaled about $100,000 in total. I'd need to verify how much and then backdate that number for you. I can get that information to you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the time.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Good afternoon, testifiers. Good afternoon to the people of the U.S. Virgin Islands. I want to say, record, sometimes the truth is painful, but you have to do it if you really mean good. And I think you meant good when you made mention of those concerns. My question to Department of Agriculture, I know recently we had a discussion with the FY 2022 budget. Currently, we're in the process of approving the budget and then sending it to the governor of the Virgin Islands for his acknowledgement. And within that FY 2022 budget, it was made mention of some vacancies. Ever since those budget hearings up until this very day, how have we been doing with filling some of those critical vacancies, such as the school and satellite farm coordinator, the assistant director for food production, and the program manager? Any progress?
Specifically, those positions that you mentioned, we are not hiring right now for the schools and satellite farms coordinator because we're collapsing that position to fund other critically needed positions in the department. We have hired a heavy equipment operator, I believe, and a welder.
One second. Can you speak specifically to the assistant director of food of production and the program manager?
the assistant director of food production was a raise and an internal hire, internal promotion, and the program manager, again, was an internal promotion for our marketing team.
So those vacancies are filled?
Correct.
Awesome. And when it comes to our heavy equipment operators, I went through the budget and I saw several of them. I went and I looked at the salaries for the heavy equipment operators. Is it the intent of the Department of Agriculture to negotiate the salaries to our heavy equipment operators?
Currently, the salaries for the heavy equipment operators have been raised through this new negotiation that we did with the OVLU. We cannot make that change by ourselves because it is for the entire government of the Virgin Islands to decide that they need to raise the salaries for the heavy equipment operators. We have lobbied for it. We continue to lobby for that internally. They will start at the $27,040, and then when they move up, we are processing steps. So they do move up in pay.
Because I'm going to tell you this much, that Mr. Brown is absolutely correct. When I look at the Department of Agriculture structure, all I'm seeing is directors, assistant this, assistant that, manager of this, special assistant for that, coordinator for this. But you're not really seeing anyone who is on the ground actually doing the heavy lifting and doing the work. And for those who are doing the heavy lifting, they are not being compensated fairly. So all we have is a top-heavy Department of Agriculture with no one to really move the department forward. And those discussions need to be had. And this is the right place to do that. So when you come before us, we're just expecting the Department of Agriculture to just place the truth on the record, because we want to make sure at the end of the day that the Department of Agriculture does exactly what is mandated in the Virgin Islands Code, so it can be a revenue-generating department, and all those acts that were made mention by Mr. Brown can come into fruition. I tell you this much. I'm reaching to the point. Go ahead.
Comment?
Somebody want to say something? Go ahead.
Yes, I did want to just highlight the ideal staffing plan that the department submitted as part of our testimony. A lot of the positions that Mr. Brown mentioned, even to include heavy equipment operators, laborers, other frontline workers, are included in that plan because we recognize that we are severely understaffed and require some assistance in getting the work done. So I did want to just highlight that as well.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And when it comes to the Department of Agriculture initiative for the water reservoirs and what have you, and the catchment of water, what is currently being done right now to make sure that we have adequate amount of water to supply to our farmers in the territory? What are we doing to improve that?
This is Diana Conway, Assistant Commissioner. We've been working with various task force and entities to address the issues. As recent as yesterday, we met with farmers in Bordeaux in general to discuss our water resources and infrastructure short-term strategic plan and get their input and buy-in and support for some of the initiatives. But it's an ongoing process. We are working with the Governor's Water Task Force, with the UVI, Caribbean Green Technology Center, with the USDA, on a lot of different levels, even with our local departments, DPNR, Public Works, Waste Management, and working to build capacity.
And last but not least, I think the Water and Power Authority donated some wells to the Department of Agriculture years ago. It's right there in that big field where we park up for the agricultural fair. What is the status of fixing those equipments to make sure that we can be able to supply water to our farmers?
Because of our existing budget, we haven't allocated funds, or we do not have the funds currently to allocate to address those issues, but it's something that is important to farmers in our community, and we are working diligently to address them.
Thank you. I don't want to abuse my...
agencies as well, and Department of Interior.
Thank you. I don't want to abuse my time. I will end by saying that I'm thankful that we're having this discussion. I really wish that we could go for as long as possible because this is a very important topic. But the water issue and the staffing issue definitely needs to be addressed, and of course that requires funding. So I hope we can use the remainder of this time to speak about what is necessary for us to fund the department. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Assistant Commissioner, you had something further? Assistant Commissioner Collingwood?
No, thank you. I'm good, thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Senator James. Senator Novell Francis Jr., you recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and let me take this opportunity to commend you for this Block 2. I believe that the information that have been brought to light here by all of the testifiers this afternoon is very, very informative. So thank you for calling for this hearing and getting these individuals, these stakeholders to speak on the issue. So I wanted to ask a few questions. I wanted to start out with DOL. And I too want to commend the Department of Labor, certainly for the work that they've been able to do. Yes, there have been some delay, yes, there have been some issues and concern, but the payout of $179 million is no easy feat, and certainly we thank you for that. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Halliard, in respect to the pandemic stimulus, I know that you mentioned that there have been some delay and with some change of the automation systems, and as a result of that, there have been some delay in the payments, coupled with the fact that the pandemic emergency unemployment compensation, I think, have expired in some instances. For those individuals that had not received the payment, will they continue to at least receive that $300 additional payment despite the funds, or despite the time has run out on that?
Gary Halliard, Department of Labor. Yes, Senator, to be frank, we have been given until June of 2022 to continue to pay those eligible weeks that are in backlog, which means that after the September 4th date, no one will be eligible, but anything prior to that and up to February of 2020, once your claim has been already in our system and with our records, we're going to continue to process that for the $300.
Very well. So to be clear, you're saying that anything post the September 4th will not be paid out. However, those that's in the system prior will be paid.
That's correct.
Very well. Thank you very much. And Department of Agriculture, Deputy Commissioner Carty, again, thank you for your testimony. I think that certainly the information that you brought to light is very, very informative, and it seems like I believe that Department of Agriculture, as well as the testimony from or the appearance of Ms. Assistant Commissioner Collingwood, that there seems to be some gelling that's occurring at the Department of Agriculture at this time. How are you engaging the farmers to make sure that they're kept informed? Some of the issues and concerns that have been raised by the farmers is being addressed in some way, shape, or form?
So as a department, we have a community, USVI farming community email thread that has over 335 individuals on this list of local farmers and local individuals in our community. Information from the department is sent out of that account, usually weekly, and just generally very often. That provides grant information, training, general information about the department, funding opportunities, anything farming related, we tend to share it through that channel. We also have social media and our website that we use to share information. As far as the task force and other opportunities, we do have meetings. The Agricultural Plan Task Force met and invited community members and farmers to participate in a community engagement survey. We had town hall meetings that we invited all of these individuals to participate on. We also have subcommittees, and on each subcommittee, there are individuals from the community invited to participate on these panels, and that is for the Agricultural Task Force. Ms. Collingwood mentioned that we had meetings yesterday and have another meeting on Thursday on water infrastructure in St. Thomas. We have general community meetings with individuals. We try to stay as abreast of the situation as possible. Obviously, we cannot reach every single person all the time, but we do encourage everyone, once you have information, to please share it and use word of mouth to get the information out there as well. Thank you.
To follow up to that,
I wanted to conclude, say that we are committed to transparency and we are open to communication, and we continue to engage with the farmers on that level.
Very well. I wanted to ask to follow up, based on the meetings that you have had, whether or not you have seen very good turnouts at those meetings and engagements, as well as how are you meeting the elderly? We often hear that a lot of our farmers is on the senior side of the house. How are you? That may not be as tech savvy as others. How are you meeting those seniors?
1 minute.
As far as the meeting attendance, has generally been good, especially for the Ag Task Force. We had some sporadic meetings, but we try to do both virtual and in-person opportunities. We do have an upcoming town hall meeting to review the results of the agricultural plan, and that's scheduled to be in the next month or two, and it's going to have both a virtual and in-person component so that everybody can participate when we have these meetings. As far as meeting people where they are, we do have information available at our offices. If someone calls, we provide that information as well. But unfortunately, we are in a time when people have to grasp technology, and even to get the license, the requirements are requiring that they have some sort of email address, even if it's their sister, their daughter, their friend, whomever. As long as somebody has access to email and can share that information, we encourage people to do so. And we do as well do word of mouth and other means of transmitting information.
Time.
Very well. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I heard my time just call. Can I just
you may proceed. You may proceed.
Thank you. Just real quick, Deputy Commissioner, while I have you as well, can you speak to, and I know that in your testimony you made reference to the fact that the animal shelters, St. Thomas, St. Croix, St. John, certainly will hopefully see the awards, the grant awards in the near future, and the supplemental was taken care of, and those were also included. Has that now removed all of the barriers by which those animal shelters will be taken care of?
As far as the money outstanding to them, we do still owe them for years prior. Once the supplemental budget funds actually reach to the department, we can transfer that money to them. We have ironed out the notice of grant award details with them, and the fiscal year 22 notice of grant award contracts were sent to them on September 1st. So they have those as well. Once we get those signed, we'll begin the process for fiscal year 2022, so we don't have the lag again. As far as whether all of their needs are taken care of, I think we mentioned in the last testimony that some of the shelters really are in need of assistance with their capital infrastructure. So if that is a conversation that we're going to have, I know one of them mentioned that they're having some issues with their structure and they could really use some general assistance. So any financial assistance to them would be beneficial.
Very well, thank you. And if I might conclude, Mr. Chair, by just asking DPNR Commissioner Oreo, congratulations on your 2 enforcement officers. We're looking forward to enforcement from them. And if he could just speak to the timeline by which the fisheries will be paid out in terms of this last decision to pay them some additional funds. Thank you.
Yes, Senator. So do you mean on the disaster relief timeline?
Correct, the 5,000 disaster, yes.
Yes, so we're hoping to complete all of those payments by the end of October. Again, we already have the applications from all the previous applicants, but they will be required to sign one additional document and turn that in, and then we're going to be processing those out.
Thank you for your response.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
You're welcome, Senator. Thank you, Senator Francis. Point of inquiry, Senator James, you're recognized for a point of inquiry, and then we go to Senate President Fred Gregory.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to follow up by saying there are several departments and agencies within this government that does a very good job with transparency and sending their emails to us. Some of them are VIPD, Department of Labor, Department of Education, Department of Health, and several other agencies. As you mentioned, transparency and reaching out to the farmers as far as emails, my question is to Mr. Brown, do you receive those emails, yes or no?
Through the chair, point of inquiry through the chair, Mr. Brown.
Yes, I have been receiving them.
So my follow-up question to the Department of Agriculture, do you send out like quarterly newsletters? And can you add the senators to those email blasts so when you do have those notices, we can share with our constituents?
Yes, we can add the senators. Some senators are already on the list, but I can double check to ensure everyone is added. And could you just remind me what the second question was?
The quarterly newsletters that are sent out regarding what's going on in the department.
So we don't have a quarterly newsletter. We do send out press releases and reminders. Unfortunately, we don't have a public information officer. So we kind of send out information as we get it, and hopefully we can start to build towards a newsletter, as it is something that we have been trying to do since I came on board last year.
Please do so, because I'm a member of this committee, and it would be very helpful if you can send that information to at least the committee members or even all the senators. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. Senate President Fred Gregory, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon to my colleagues, and good afternoon to the listening and viewing audience, and of course, good afternoon to the testifiers before us today. I'm going to start with Deputy Commissioner Cardy. And I want to open by saying that I know actually that Deputy Commissioner Cardy is a perfect example when we give young Virgin Islanders an opportunity to serve. I am very impressed with her presentations. She's come before the Senate several times, and she's done an excellent job. And if her presentation before this body is a reflection of the work that she's doing in the Department of Agriculture, she ought to be commended. So I want to congratulate you for being a young Virgin Islander one, congratulating the commissioner of the Department of Agriculture for giving you the opportunity, or this administration, the Brian Roach administration, for giving you the opportunity. But I must commend you on your professionalism and your ability to answer the questions. You remind me of myself when I was a young woman here in the Virgin Islands working and coming up through the ranks in this territory. So you ought to be commended. Okay? I want to talk to you, Deputy Commissioner Cardy, about your testimony. I'm going to stay focused on your testimony because there's just so much going on in the Department of Agriculture. You made reference to the launch of the soft launch of the new property management program, and I'm very interested in that because as I served from the 33rd legislature, there's been concerns around the leases, the updating of the leases, etc. And I would like to hear from you today exactly what is occurring outside of the updated forms and the online access, etc. Are you looking at putting, and I know this is something that's legislated, but the departments and agencies have to help the legislature to advance the Virgin Islands as well. So are you looking at all the leases and making determinations as to what those leases should look like as a part of this new property management program system that you've put in place as it relates to lease terms, those leases that are expired, your ability to collect on the leases, etc.?
So we have been working very diligently with property and procurement to really understand the lease process all the way through. We sat down with all of the leases and have been working through the language line by line. We've been working with the lawyer, Attorney Moranci at Property and Procurement, especially when we have issues or questions about lease agreements and how to move forward. So we have been doing that. We have been ironing out the process in understanding how to get people properly leased and licensed with the department and all of the steps that are required in between. And it has been fully laid out in this new application that we developed in conjunction with property and procurement. Additionally, we have we have a recommendation. Oh, sorry. Additionally, we have a recommendation through the Agricultural Plan Task Force about lease agreements and how to move forward in getting those approved and in the system and going without having to go through all of the steps that it currently has to go through. So we're working on it from different angles.
2 minutes.
Okay, so I see you have a property manager on board. Does your property manager have experience in leasing property? Because that's a very important component to the work that you do at agriculture. So is there training available to the property manager? Because you said that you're working with the Department of Property and Procurement, and I know that lease component is huge. So let me know if there's any training around that.
So the property manager position is currently vacant. It's funded, so that's why it's not highlighted on the form, but it is vacant at this time. As we're seeking individuals for this process, we are seeking those who have knowledge of lease agreements, knowledge in logistics, know how to manage multiple parties, and will be able to keep on top of the paperwork necessary to enforce the legal compliance with the leases, which is something that we've been facing as a challenge.
Thank you for your response. What about your collections? I know the last time you were before the Senate, I believe it was during our budget hearing, I sensed that there are some challenges around your ability to collect.
One of the greatest challenges with collections is we don't necessarily have a collection agent. It's a challenge for us. We have a cashier and we have our fiscal officer, and they do their best, but we don't always get out to. Sorry.
So let me ask you. And of course my time is running, but let me ask you very quickly. So you don't have you have a collections officer. I think you have a collections. I think I saw that you have a collections agent. Is that vacant as well?
She operates as a cashier.
Okay, so you have a collection agent that operates as a cashier.
As a collections agent.
Okay. Okay, so there's some work that needs to be done in that area, and I don't want to belabor that part of it too much longer, but I just recognize that there's some work that needs to be done in that area. Now, let me ask you about the abattoir in St. Thomas. You know, I've looked at the testimonies of all of the individuals that came before us today, and one of the things that's very much lacking is we do not speak about timelines. And I think it's important for us to, as we talk about what we are planning to bring online, that timelines are included, because we don't know what we're looking forward to. We don't know what we're looking forward to as we put our feet on the ground every day. When is this expected to come online? So you talked about the abattoir. And I know the abattoir in St. Thomas has been a challenge. Oh, my time has been called. Mr. Chair, may I wrap up?
You may wrap up.
Yeah, I only hit agriculture. What's really the status and what is the timeline for the completion? We have, you know, individuals here in the St. Thomas, St. John district that's calling us, these individuals who are raising sheep and goats, etc., that's calling to find out when is this going to come online. And some of them are saying, you know, we're done with this. We are just going to sell off our stock and be done with this. They're frustrated. So what's the status? What's the true status What's the timeline?
So first, I would like to say anyone who is interested in having their animals slaughtered, as long as the abattoir on St. Croix is open, we ship animals at no cost to the farmer to St. Croix for slaughter. And we do have farmers that take advantage of that. So I would encourage anyone who's interested in having their animals slaughtered to take advantage of that program. Secondly, we are currently at the stage where Public Works we completed the structural assessment between June and July of this year. And the information from that structural assessment was combined with the information that we collected during the FEMA project to create one scope of work so that we understand exactly how much money is necessary and required, and the big scope of work that will be required to remediate that building, if at all we are going to remediate the building. That is the first step in once we understand the cost of it, then we'll be able to explain further the timeline, because if the cost of the program or the project supersedes the value of the building or of the insurance proceeds, the department is also looking at implementing a temporary facility of some sort, whether it be a mobile slaughter unit or utilizing the space in a different way, or we've had conversations with the governor about potentially moving the structure altogether. But we first need to get an understanding of what the full and total cost is going to be. We're hoping to have that in the next couple of weeks. Public Works got that in August. I'm hoping that they'll give it to us by September 15th or a little bit later, but we're moving forward with it as quickly as we can.
Well, thank you for your extensive response. And Mr. Chair, I look forward to the next round. I thought I would have been able to wrap this up in one, but I was unable to. So thank you again for your responses.
That's what happens when we have good discussions going. The time goes from you quickly, but we'll have another round. So thank you, Madam President. I wanted to ask the Department of Agriculture about, we talk about funding all the time, but what's the balance of the TAP grant funding you have regarding the, I think I heard the millennial senator in St. Croix asking about water. You have a TAP grant regarding a cistern construction for Bodo and St. Thomas, correct?
Yes, this is Assistant Commissioner Collingwood. Yes, that TAP grant still exists.
Can you tell me? Okay, slow down for the question at least. Tell us what's the status of that grant. When did you receive it? How much it is, and what's the current status?
It was $185,054 and some cents. It was awarded in 2018. It expires on September 30th. I've been in touch with the Department of Interior and have received permission to extend it. We intend to use the funds as opposed to building the cistern as it was originally designed, because the price at costing was over $700,000 for the cistern. We have decided to look at our current infrastructure for water delivery and harvesting, and do maintenance and update pumps, and this is what we met yesterday.
So let me stop you. Let me stop you there. You said you received this grant 2018. It expires. Yes, it expires December 2021. Correct?
No, it now expires. No, we have done extensions since I've been in this position. It expires September this month, the end of this month.
September, the end of this month.
Yeah.
How much you said it is? 100 and what?
$185,054 and some cents.
So from 2018 to September 2021, what have we done thus far? Why do we take so long to spend money?
No, what happened was they did a tremendous amount of work with the grant sourcing. They determined after all the work they did that the cost for building the cistern was way beyond the amount of funds allotted. It came up to over $700,000. As a result, we decided that we would use the funds to look at the issue and come up with a plan for addressing it. That was done free of charge through UVI Caribbean Green Technology Center. And at this point, we received commission approval to extend it and recreate the scope of work to enhance the existing infrastructure so we can have some relief for the farmers in the immediate future.
So what does take us so long to see that we don't have it much? Initially, you applied for the grant. You got $185,000. At that point, I'm sure it was sufficient. At what point did you realize that you don't have sufficient money?
Well, sir, this was before our administration came into place. So we inherited the funds, and since we have been here, we are now reallocating the funds to address the existing infrastructure to improve it. And in addition to that, we are working with several organizations to identify additional funds to do some major infrastructure enhancements as well.
So I don't want to keep beating a dead horse, but I'm trying to get clear. So you're a new administration, you came in, you asked for an extension. When did you ask for that extension? Because now this extension expires the end. And again, this is why we talk about all the time with continuity of government. Continuity. If there's a plan in place, normally only heads of agencies and heads of divisions and whatnot changes in an administration. If there is a written plan in place, then there should be some type of continuity so that we can proceed and complete these projects. I think that we just spend too much time changing things, and that's why we can't get anything done. Funding, we always say is a problem, but then when we have funding coming from left, right, and center, we still ain't getting it expended, something is wrong. So quickly on that same note, how soon do you think we will have this completed now to, and what's the balance amount in that, from that $185,000?
Again, it's the same amount that's available. And we have identified some strategies and a short-term plan to address it in the immediate future.
What's the balance you said?
By December.
What's the balance?
$185,054 and some cents.
No, that's what you got in the grant. What's the balance?
No, that is the same existing balance. That's the amount. No funds was spent. But that's the remaining balance. That's the amount of money available at this time.
So we ain't spent a dime, is what we're saying.
I believe funds came from other places to do what was done before. But when you look at what was done, a lot was done. It's just that at the end, the cost was so excessive, it was $760-something thousand, and that just wasn't feasible at the time.
Okay, Commissioner, Assistant Commissioner, just know that I have information that the agency actually received some $300,000 for this. So if you're at 185, then that's probably your balance. But right. So your balance from the 300 is the 185. Now, also, what's the one for the heavy equipment? Because remember when you were here before too, we asked about getting the water to the farmers, and there was something about the water trucks. And I asked you if you didn't get anything from the TAP grant, which could have been used, and you, the agency, not you directly, but the agency stated yes. So what's the balance of the TAP grant?
I believe so those funds were expected, but we'll get back to you as to any balance. But the majority of the funds were expended for the equipment that we specified we were to purchase.
So we purchased any water trucks yet?
No.
Or repaired any of the water trucks?
Yes, we have repaired the water trucks.
How many water trucks have been repaired, and are we getting water to farmers at this time?
So I believe we have one water truck on St. Croix that has two parts. So it has two size tanks. I believe that truck is in the middle of being repaired, but is operable. The one on St. Thomas, the smaller of the water trucks, is operable, and we have been delivering water to farmers. The larger water truck, we have reached out to the fire department for assistance. They were not able to provide it at the time. So we have reached out to another vendor to provide that service for mechanics and are seeking to get contracts for a mechanic for the St. Thomas St. John district on the heavy equipment.
Okay.
I have more information I can add. The current balance on that equipment grant is $3,814. I want to also add the issue goes beyond the availability of the equipment and repair. It really speaks to having adequate operators to operate the equipment. In many cases, we have pieces of equipment sitting there, but only one operator to operate it. And we even have directors who jump on equipment to do the job. So we really have a need to have additional operators to facilitate the job.
Assistant Commissioner, you're telling me that you, in the heavy equipment grant, you have a balance of $3,000?
Yes, $3,800 from, it was initially $303,000.
Are you sure? Because I have information that you have in that balance right now for the heavy equipment of $16,000, not $3,000.
Well, I'm getting this information directly from our grants manager, and per her records, the current balance is $3,800.14 from the $303,000. So we've been working diligently. Maybe that was the balance in recent times, but we continue to work diligently to spend the funds.
I can almost assure you that my information is real time, but I will follow up with you after offline on this.
Okay, no problem.
Senator DeGraff, you're recognized for 6 minutes.
Okay, because you know what, hearing it make it sound like their budget totally wrong, but I guess you'll follow up on that.
The balance amount is definitely off.
So they confirmed that was an old balance, and this is the balance I mentioned of $3,814 is the current balance.
Okay, you can hold my time.
No, go ahead.
Okay,
Ain't about holding time. Go right ahead.
Yes. Okay. Assistant Commissioner, could you tell me about the VI Core land? What is the status of the land dubbed the VI Core property?
In what regard? When you say the status, in what term?
Agriculture's land.
I mean, it's continued to be available for leasing. It's part of the initiative that we did with the lease agreements. I'm not clear on the question specifically.
Okay, what is how much land is under the VI Core land? How much land we talking about on St. Croix?
I'm sorry, I'm not clear. I'm not sure as the total amount. I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, and what is the criteria for the use of those lands?
Well, to allow for usage, an individual will first have to submit a business plan as to the intent for production and how they intend to make and that process and going through the general land using application.
Okay, and for new lease lands, do you have a surveyor?
No. I know we did a overall survey on St. Thomas, but Ms. Carty, can you speak more to that?
We currently work with Property and Procurement and use their surveyor for any lands that need to be surveyed, especially on the island of St. Croix.
Okay, then who pays for that surveyor? It comes out of your budget or Property and Procurement budget?
Property and Procurement would pay for it.
Okay. Okay.
Yes.
Now, is the hemp program active?
The hemp program is active. We have one farmer who is currently growing hemp.
Okay, but unregulated because you're waiting to get a director or manager or something for that position?
I'm the acting director of hemp.
Okay, so the one farmer is being regulated by you presently?
Correct.
Okay, under what rules or what policies are in place in regards to that?
There is the Virgin Islands Hemp Plan, which was submitted to the Department of Justice for their review as well. But we're currently operating under the USDA's agricultural final rule for hemp.
Okay, federal standards.
Correct. In conjunction with the rules that were approved by the USDA for local production.
2 minutes.
Okay, and it is okay for you to control it as one person, or didn't it call for a board?
The Industrial Hemp Commission is active.
Okay.
You had asked about a director.
Okay, so like I said, so you said you're the only person regulating it right now, and it's allowed federally to have one person regulating it. That's what you're.
No, we have the industrial under the Virgin Islands under the approved Virgin Islands Hemp Plan through the USDA. There is an Industrial Hemp Commission, which is staffed by the Commissioner of Agriculture, the President of the University of the Virgin Islands, the Commissioner of the Department of Licensing and Consumer Affairs, the Commissioner of Health or their designee, the Commissioner of the Virgin Islands Department of the Virgin Islands Police Department, and farmer interested in hemp, a wholesaler interested in hemp, a retailer interested in hemp. And that is the primary composition of the Virgin Islands Hemp Commission. As the staffing for the hemp program, I am the only staff member. We are seeking individuals for the director of hemp position and individuals for the property inspector position. There's 2 available.
Okay, I just have a bunch of questions to ask. The water program that it was speaking of, I had mentioned in regards to the utilization of the water catchments in the territory. Do you know if that was ever taken into consideration?
Time.
As a water, a source of water for storage?
Time was covered. You may proceed.
Okay.
We have a range of discussions and plans and initiatives we are working on to bring that to fruition. Our current staff, we do not have the capacity to actually do it. So we are doing this in tandem with other local and national governmental agencies to address the issue on a long-term basis.
And finally, how much revenue is Department of Agriculture presently generating? What is the amount and what are your projections to generate in the next year or so? All right. Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair. You could answer another.
I would have to review our submission to the Committee on Finance where we provided those documents, but I do not have them with us currently. So I can pull that information up and have an answer for you shortly.
Thank you. You could pass it on to the chair. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator DeGraff. Now, again, for clarity, Assistant Commissioner, because I know vendors are always asking about, inquiring about vendor payments. Now, with the differentiation and the balance that you're stating that you have thus far, between the 16,000 and the 3,000 that you now have you actually submitted for the drawdown of the amount difference?
Yes, we are continuously making, as we expend the funds, we then draw down the expenditures from the grant budget. And I actually have a snapshot of the screen, the current screen, that shows that we have spent 76.31%, and the available balance in that account in fiscal year 2021 is actually the 3,814 814 cents I mentioned before. And I'm looking at the screenshot now that I can share with you at a different time.
But the screenshot wouldn't show me whether or not the drawdown was there. But I just want to make sure that we do these drawdowns as well, so that vendors don't be complaining of no payment or late payments. Senator James Sr., you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time. I have a question when it comes to Act 6836, which is the Sustainable Farming Act. And it is very important that we provide the necessary oversight to make sure that once these acts are now law, that you have the tools and the resources to enforce such an act. So my question to the Department of Agriculture, do you have a team meeting where you have an assessment on all the various acts that were passed by this body to find out, okay, what would be the funding source for this, exactly how many resources we need, how many staff we need, and then you do that assessment, and then you let this body know, okay, this act was passed, but based on the recent findings, we need some more help in this area. Are you conducting those kinds of assessments?
So as part of the agricultural plan, the first mandate was for a comprehensive regulatory framework. And as part of that, and as the chairperson for that committee, we are reviewing each piece of legislation piece by piece and understanding what the requirements are for each piece of legislation in the VI code and what the department would need to have in order to be able to support those initiatives moving forward.
And thank you for placing that on the record, and I echo the same sentiments of the Madam President, who made mention of your outstanding job when you come before this body. So thank you for being professional. And my question, though, is I want to make sure that this legislature is not over-legislating. There's always room for improvements and amendments. But what I'm getting from the Department of Agriculture and even some of the testifiers is that we need to basically provide more funding. And I know everybody within this government is basically saying that they need more funding. But we need to really pay close attention to the revenue-generating departments. Not to say those other departments are not worthy of being paid attention to, but once we generate revenues, it goes back into our government coffers, and then we could be able to take care of the other departments within government. So my question to Department of Agriculture, has there been an assessment being done recently to find out how we can improve when it comes to revenue generating, when it comes to the Department of Agriculture?
Yes. So in 2020, we conducted our agency reform plan, which found a few different key areas that we needed to improve on, one of which was that we needed to increase our fees to match with the current market structure of the territory. We were severely undercharging for our services, and this year we have been able to increase those services. I was able to pull up the revenue collections that we shared in the Committee on Finance earlier this year. I'd be happy to share that information as well, where we do see an increase in about 28.97% from October of last year through June of this year in revenues collected for the department. And we're hoping that by year's end, we'll have about 22.79% of an increase in revenues collected at VITA this year.
Thank you for placing that on the record. And my other question to you is, you're young and you're vibrant and brilliant. What would you say that we would need to do as a department to attract more young individuals into the field of farming
2 minutes.
and agriculture?
I think a lot of young people don't view agriculture as a money-making endeavor. And it is something that no matter where you are or no matter what you're doing, food is inflexible. It's an inflexible commodity. We all have to eat. And Assistant Commissioner Collingwood always mentions the value of just the SNAP benefits alone that are generated from the territory. And if we could collect just a small portion of that, each of us would be able to capture greater wealth that can turn into an economic benefit for the people of the Virgin Islands. So something that I would love to see is more education about agriculture for our youth. When I was in school here, nobody ever spoke about agriculture in our classrooms. Nobody ever spoke about how agriculture can be used in math and in science to explain key concepts. We took a tour of Gift Hill School, and they bring agriculture alive in the classroom, and they have the resources to do it. But we as a community should be putting our resources in much the same way to be able to show how agriculture can encompass so many different areas of our life.
I would just wrap up by saying that you're absolutely correct. However, the commissioner of your specific department is the author of the agriculture in the classroom legislation. Hopefully we can see some movement with that and some involvement with the Department of Education. And hopefully we can get individuals like Mr. Brown for Seja Farms to do things independently of the government to make sure that they're introduced to agriculture. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Senator James. And Commissioner Oriel, we're going to come to some fishing questions just now, so don't look too bored. Senator Francis, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I wanted to ask, go back to Department of Labor and Mr. Halliard, in respect to, you did mention and put on record the fact that there was some challenges with vacancies at Department of Labor in regards to the unemployment compensation and insurance. What are you doing to backfill or get that area staffed up?
Well, one of the things is we're going to at least try to, on those that are part of the base grants, try to fill those vacancies. And then second, we were given to the Office of the Governor some ARPA funds, and we're going to be recruiting an additional 10 individuals to come on board to help us with this backlog, to carry us through. And hopefully by end of this year into no later than early next year, we'll get the majority of those backlogs cleared up.
Well, thank you for that. We look forward to getting that area staff up because it's twofold, right? We get people employed, and certainly we'll be able to process a lot more of those documents. Going back to the Department of Agriculture real quick, and perhaps also Deepa and Eric will weigh in on this. What's being done, or are you aware of Act 8149, which speaks to the protection, management, removal, and establishments of trees and the VI Tree Board? Are you aware of that act? And can you speak to what's happening in the area of protecting our mahogany trees and other forestry trees in the Virgin Islands?
So I guess I can start, Senator. Very aware of the act. Since its passage, actually, what we have seen is a number of requests coming in to DPNR, specifically in our wildlife department, for consultation on what type of tree is this? Is it covered under the Heritage Tree Act? And then if so, then they are guided to the Department of Agriculture, because that is the entity with the, I believe it's the state arborist that's supposed to issue any permit for being able to prune and such. But we've had a number of inquiries that have come in, and we also are working directly with the Department of Public Works as they are looking to embark upon some of their roadside projects and getting guidance and specific site visits from the biologists on my team that go out there, meet with them, and flag trees if necessary, and just provide the guidance that's necessary when we do have heritage trees.
Have you issued any permits for the removal or cutting down of mahogany trees at DPNR?
DPNR is not the issuing agency for the permit, according to the legislation.
So you have not.
We have.
So you have not.
As
The question is whether or not. The question is whether or not you have issued any such permit.
The Department of Agriculture has received I'm aware of 3, and that we issued 1. I think 2 are outstanding.
So who's policing the issue of trees being cut throughout the territory, and St. Croix in particular? As you drive down the Queen Mary Highway, Center Line Road, you're seeing the removal, the cutting down, complete removal of trees, in some instances, mahogany trees from our roadway. Once you recognize this issue, is there any way that you're stepping in and inquiring as to the authority by which individuals are allowed to do this?
Well, the challenge we face in this regard is the lack of an enforcement arm to address the issue and provide the citations and provide that oversight. And that's our challenge in that regard. But we do, when the issue does arise, we do work with the local law enforcement.
Assistant Commissioner, in regards to enforcement, the Virgin Islands Police Department is available to assist the Department of Agriculture, the Department of Justice. We have a number of peace officers here in this territory. Have you reported any or requested any assistance from any one of those entities in regards to enforcement?
That's always our approach to address the issue. So when we do have an issue, that's the direction we move forward in.
Have you had the occasion to engage the Virgin Islands Police Department or any other peace officers or law enforcement agencies, to include the Department of Justice, in regards to this particular issue?
2 minutes.
Our commissioner usually addresses these issues directly, and he works closely with these agencies to address any issues that arise.
So, and Senator, if I may, only the VIPD would actually be able to issue a citation for the heritage tree law. While we have peace officers, each of those peace officers, those departments are delegated specific responsibilities for what they can and can't actually issue citations for. So unless those ticket schedules are actually approved by the court.
Commissioner of DPNR, I know what the role and responsibilities are for law enforcement.
Right.
I was a police officer for 25 years, so I know that. But the issue is whether or not we can enforcement.
One second, Commissioner Oriel. One Commissioner Oriel.
One at a time.
Let his senator finish his thoughts, and then you could respond.
Sure. Sorry.
My issue is not who. My issue is that we have a number of peace officers in this territory. So when I'm hearing that the lack or absence of a peace officer at agriculture is prohibiting us from engaging as a executive branch decision to engage other law enforcement, I got a problem with that. We should all be on the same side and utilize whatever means we have. I'm hoping you utilize the same method when you fall short of your enforcement at DPNR, that in fact you call on these other agencies to support you.
Agreed 100%, Senator. I was commenting more on the actual citation side. An officer for DPNR will have the ticket thrown out of court if it is written because it is not under the jurisdiction of the peace officers for our conservation enforcement officers. This is experience as well. We have issued tickets, for example, for persons who do not have their dogs on a leash. And we know that there is a law that says you must have your animal on a leash at the beach no longer than 6 feet. We've written a ticket for it, and it has been thrown out by the court because my officers do not have the jurisdiction So while we can absolutely 100% use all of the peace officers available within the territory, in terms of the active enforcement, if the jurisdiction does not lie with those peace officers, then those officers cannot write the citation. The court will throw that out.
Time.
Very well. My time has been called, but then certainly we need to address that. And I know that the chair and I are working in terms of the whole post issue of peace officers, because again, we can't have individuals walking around as peace officers and they don't have the authority to do police work, to do law enforcement work, to do enforcement work. So, we can't continue to point fingers here and there as who's responsible for what, because again, we have peace officers that should be equipped and supported to enforce the rules and regulations as well as the laws of the Virgin Islands. Thank you very much. My time has run out. I wanted to really touch on Mr. Brown and Mr. Brin to see how we could better assist them in their in the farms and also in the aqua area, the marine area, and in terms of enforcement. But I guess I'll get another time to engage them. Thank you very much for the time, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Vice President, you could go ahead and pose those questions to Mr. Brown if you want to. But you know I'm a little taken aback with the statement just now with regards to our law enforcement officers. Okay, that sounds as if you're telling me that a Superior Court Marshal or a DPNR officer or even a DLCA officer can't write a traffic ticket. I would really like to know what court or what judge told a DPNR officer that they were not in their jurisdiction to write such a citation. But we'll have that as a sidebar. You could proceed.
Thank you real quickly. Well, the whole creation of the peace officer standard training was again to eliminate people or various agencies working in silo and really to bring them all together.
Exactly.
But nonetheless, Mr. Brown, can you just speak to how do you believe, and I know that you engage the Department of Agriculture quite often, and you meet with the leadership of agriculture. Can you just talk about how you believe that as a legislative body we could better support the farmers and the work that you are doing, besides the number of legislation that we have worked on? What do you believe that we could do as a legislature to better assist you? I'll appreciate it.
Thanks for the question, Senator. First of all, we got to look at the very legislations that are there. And when the department comes before for a budget hearing or present a budget, is to ask if those programs are part of the budget request. Because all of it that is there are programs that are to be executed. But if they don't have the staff, they don't have the professional development, they're not going to be able to administer it. As you can see, I have ultimate respect for Ms. Collingwood and Ms. Carty, but they are stretched. They cannot do it by themselves. We oftentimes believe that a commissioner, a deputy commissioner, an assistant commissioner makes the department fluent. But if you don't have the staffing to execute, then definitely you're not going to be effective or efficient. You can have a world of programs, but if they are not being executed, they are not being, they're not adequately provided. Let me give you another case in point. The University of the Virgin Islands has an animal science program. The University of the Virgin Islands has never, ever partnered with the Department of Agriculture. And I know for a fact that the commissioner have extended and asked about that specific program and how, or even have sent farmers in that direction. because the department does not have anyone in animal science or animal husbandry, here is it that you don't have a working relationship there. Whenever the university animal science program have to cull their animal, and culling simply means they got to take animal out of the herd, or they have to actually, whatever, when they're finished with the research, the animal now becomes food. Those animals are of high quality. They meet the confirmation and standard for meat fabrication. They can be easily put on the market. So here you have a competition by the land grant institution that have those resources to actually make those livestock commercially needed. And here is a farmer, for 6 months, his animal's still looking skinny because he can't get it up to the same standard. So that is a form of research between the Department of Agriculture and the university that needs to be extended into the farming community so that this information can be on those farms and those farmers can act accordingly. Another example, I've asked in the past, has there ever been an enterprise budget developed for livestock production? And that's for ruminants, sheep and goats. I was told no by the university. They have not done it. So I tell them, how do you determine the cost for the production of a lamb, sheep, or goat that it have to reach the market? Well, we do the same thing that the farmers does. So therefore, that is in itself shown that there is no actual communication between livestock farmers and the university to make sure that these programs that are at the university get to the farmers. The land grant institution itself has failed and is in violation of its land grant status. So all that you hear that the university is doing XYZ itself is understaffed, itself is not meeting the requirements for a land grant institution. So that put the department at even a greater disadvantage because now these professionals at the helm of the department can't do more as an outreach. They could only sit back and write grants and formulate these things, but then how are they going to execute them? So therefore, what we do need is that you have adequate staffing at the department and that there be that component between the Department of Education, the University of the Virgin Islands, and the Department of Agriculture to meet those mandates to develop the Virgin Island agricultural industry.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. And therefore, we got to hire employees to make sure that they fill that gap and not just a whole bunch of directors and special assistants. But thank you for your response. Senate President Fred Gregory, you're recognized for your 6 minutes.
Back to the Department of Agriculture. I know that you spoke specifically to you having about 5 open or 6 open positions. How are you going about advertising for these positions? And when do you anticipate bringing these individuals on?
So the individuals we referenced specifically in the testimony were particularly from the hemp program. Once the PRFs are completed for those positions, we will move forward with our advertising, which we typically send it out via email. We put it.
Ms. Carty,
yes.
Ms. Carty, just be specific because my time is going to run out.
Oh, sorry.
So these positions are specific to the hemp program. and you're waiting for the PRF. So my question is, were these budgeted in FY 2021? Yes
Correct.
or no?
Correct.
Okay, so,
Yes.
and you're still waiting for the PRF. We are in September of 2021, and the fiscal year ends on September 30th. So when did you send the PRFs to OMB?
We have been working on it. Funding has been a understanding where the funding exactly was in the budget has been a challenge for us. We got that issue situated last month.
Hold tight.
And
hold tight. Hold tight. Hold tight. I don't need all of that information. I just need to know. This is where we're challenged, and this is why Mr. Brown will make the comments that he's making, because they're internal matters that's not being addressed at not only agriculture, the departments and agencies. We funded these positions in FY 2021. That is 11 months ago, and none of these positions are filled. It couldn't take. Do you have a fiscal officer? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay, it couldn't take a fiscal officer to determine what in fact was inside a budget. I am very challenged by and frustrated about the way we go about funding these positions. So yet another fiscal year has passed, and we have the hemp program not filled, the positions not filled. That's not acceptable. We have to do better than this, and this is just not to the Department of Agriculture. This is all the departments and agencies, because when we hear PRF, we automatically think OMB. But if they didn't go down in a timely fashion, then that presents a problem. It can't take us 11 months to send down a PRF to OMB to get a position filled. It's not acceptable. Now, you talked also about, no, I don't want to go back and forth on it. The positions are not filled, and that's what the reality and the truth of the matter is at this particular point. We have I see that in your testimony, you also talk about overhauling your heavy equipment vehicles and technology. Do you have funding for that?
We are utilizing the remaining funds from our budget this year to capture some much needed equipment. So we've been working throughout the year, and now we have a little bit left at the end, and we're trying to purchase equipment and vehicles with that money.
So you have capital outlay money for this purpose, or did you come before the legislature for an appropriation transfer?
That money is in our general fund.
Yes, in what category? If it's not in capital outlay, you cannot purchase capital with it.
I'm not sure what part of our budget it is.
Yeah.
I will have
Do you
to
have
check
someone from your fiscal office on the Teams with you this afternoon?
We do not.
Yes? Yeah, I need to get, through the chair, we need to be clear on what funds are being utilized to purchase these heavy equipment and vehicles for the Department of Agriculture. It might just be equipment. And if it is, again, if the funding is within the equipment category, I don't have the budget in front of me or the appropriation for FY 2021. But if it is appropriated for FY 2021, again, it's disappointing. We should have already purchased these equipment. We are about to move into a new fiscal year, and we are talking about utilizing this fiscal year funds to purchase these items. That's what is setting us back as a territory. We are not laying out and setting benchmarks and timelines, and that's why I spoke about timelines when we opened initially, because we talk about things that we're doing, but there's never any timeline set to them. So it's like, what am I working towards today? I mean, we have to know what we're working towards today. Let's go now to the Department of Labor. So you spoke, this is to Mr. Hilliard. And good afternoon, Mr. Hilliard. You spoke about the eligible claims and the sunset of the program, which is the 4th of this month, and that you're given until June 2022.
2 minutes.
So are you on target to complete this program in earnest? And are you communicating with those individuals who have not seen, whose claims have not been processed to date? Because we get a lot of telephone calls around these outstanding claims, and from time to time I've helped individuals, but it's so much that it's difficult for us to take this on. So tell me about your communication around, because we know it's a challenge. So I'm not beating you up on it. We know it's a challenge, but how are you communicating with the claimants? And are you on target to? And June 2022 is a long time for folks to be waiting for their money. So I hope that people don't have to wait that long. I await your response.
Gary Halliard, for the record, the target is to try to get at least majority of this done by the end of this year. We're working overtime. The staff is working overtime. As mentioned earlier, we're going to bring on additional 10 benefit persons in the benefits area. As it pertains to communication, we're using any viable communication that we could use. Telephone, once we can get individuals. Sometimes it takes us a bit of time to get back with the individuals. Email, and or they can come into our office on from Tuesday. On Thursdays, we open from 8 to 5. We come to the walk-up window, so individuals can come to the office.
Time.
Okay, well, I just feel that we need to do a better job of communicating. And I just want to wrap up by asking 2 more questions, Mr. Chair, if you would allow me.
You may.
Okay, and this is for Mr. Brin Jr. And DPNR at the same time. So there is a recommendation that came from Mr. Brin that spoke about the species like wilks continue to be harvested outside of season, and he is basically making a recommendation that a 5-year moratorium should be enacted to bring back the wilks. What is DPNR's perspective on this?
And before Commissioner Oriole responds, just note, Madam President, that Mr. Brin had to leave for another engagement.
Okay, no problem. So
Commissioner,
I would
you may
like
proceed.
to hear from.
Thank you for the question, Senator. So it is a question actually that has come up in our Fisheries Advisory Committee meetings, continuing or even strengthening certain prohibitions on certain species, whether it's wilks to be completely locked off, to not allow conch at all during the closure season. And these are things that the commercial industry is actually torn on, and we're continuing to have those discussions. And I believe that what we will see, because we're now moving to island-based management plans, that the different districts will start to make certain decisions for their districts separately. And that's the direction that we're continuing to move forward in. But it is something that is on the table, but it is something that sort of is mixed within the commercial community right now.
So you welcome that. You welcome hearing from the fishermen, the fishermen, basically those in the commercial industry, as it relates to what they see will help us to retain our seasons, et cetera, our ability to ensure that we are not, basically taking advantage of this situation and it becomes extinct. So you are in favor of those types of considerations.
Yes, I mean, we want those discussions.
So if we were to ask them today, what type of relationship they have with your office as it relates to these types of suggestions, what would be their response? Because he also talked about tourists abusing the fishery. He talked about them harvesting as much lobsters as they can find. These are things that we have to take very seriously, because if we don't, then we're going to find ourselves in an extinct situation when it comes to these delicacies, if you will.
Yes. So, Senator, over the next several weeks, I think beginning in October, actually, we are about to release our, for public comment, our recreational fishing guidelines. This is something that has come up before. Certain legislatures in the past were completely against it. And then we've now tweaked it with the fisheries advisory committees to be able to bring it forward. But it's basically to create these recreational guidelines and limits on the charter as well as individual industry. Like Mr. Brin mentioned, whether that recreational license costs $5 or what have you, all of that has been factored in. And we will be putting that out for a public comment period for about 60 days. And we're moving towards creating the recreational licensing program in several tiers that will address individuals as well as recreational commercial as well.
Awesome. Well, Mr. Chair, my time has been called. I look forward to us having another meeting like this because we have not exhausted all of our questions. But again, we can have the side, the individual discussions with them. But I note that there was discussion from DPNR around issuing an additional $5,000 and then the CARES Act program funds. And we didn't say when. And people always want to know, so when are we gonna see these funds? And I think it's so important for us to give a benchmark. Even if we have to move the goalposts, people have something to look forward to. So I would like to hear from you as I close, when do you anticipate issuing these additional funds and when do you anticipate issuing the funds around the CARES Act program? Thank you for the time, Mr. Chair, and thank you for the leeway.
You're welcome.
Mr. Chair, if I may?
You may respond to the question.
Madam President, we anticipate that the MOA between us and the VIEDA should be completed by the end of this month. If I'm not mistaken, the application period we're going to leave open for about 60 days. Because the actual payments are based on the total amount of applications that are received, and then the funds will be distributed equally pursuant to the different sectors, whether it's commercial fishing or recreational. So we don't want to close it too quickly and then people miss the opportunity to apply. We don't want to leave it open. We can't leave it rolling open or else we won't be able to distribute the funds equally. And so we feel that a 60-day sort of open application period is going to be sufficient for people to put in their applications. When that period closes, all of those applications will now be evaluated. And I think based on the success that the EDA had with their program last year, we could see payments being executed by by late December, January, after the 60 days of the application period has closed.
Thank you for your response, Commissioner. Obviously, the Department of Agriculture is certainly having some challenges with tracking funding based on what we're getting here. My question quickly, because I want to go over to DPNR a minute. Department Assistant Commissioner, you have a fiscal office within the Department of Agriculture, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
How many persons assigned to that division?
4. Is that correct? 1, 2, yes. 4 individuals.
4, and is your fiscal office also handling payroll?
Yes.
Okay. Let me jump over a second to DPNR. Commissioner, you stated as part of the Hurricane Disaster Relief Program, DPNR is purchasing, meaning you're in progress of, and supplying all fishers with U.S. Coast Guard approved safety equipment for their vessels. You said you're purchasing and supplying. So have you purchased any of these equipment yet?
No, Senator. The the kits that are being completed together, they are not yet completed.
Okay, so you will be supplying our fishers with these U.S. Coast Guard. Do you anticipate how soon this will be, and do you have a rollout plan as to how you will disseminate this information through a public service announcement to all the fishers?
So there's a total of 300 kits that have to be put together, and that amount of equipment did not exist locally, so the vendor has to order some of that. I know we specifically asked in preparation for this meeting whether or not we could start rolling out some of them by the end of this month, and the vendor believes that we could get some rolled out while we're awaiting the arrival of additional materials. In terms of what the exact rollout is, Senator, I do not have that information.
Okay, do you have an approximate number how much you will need per district? I mean, I don't need you to tell me, but do you have that number?
So what we did is the total amount of kits represents the total amount of active registered fishers within the territory as of July. So
that's how
we were making sure we're able to provide every registered fisher with a kit.
Right, and that's how you can go by, with who's registered to you. So you wouldn't be able to tell who else is out there. So you're saying based on your registry, you have 300 territory-wide?
I think it's a little bit, it might even be a little bit more than that.
A little bit more? Then we need to order more than 300 kits then.
Not all, well, it's possible. There are certain vessels that are fully equipped already, like some of the larger companies and such. But the intention is to make sure that we're purchasing for every registered commercial fisher, yes.
Okay, so for purchasing for every registered commercial fisher, then we'll need more than the 300. But again, we could have a conversation again. We don't want to shortchange any of the fishers. You also spoke to, I like how you break down the process with the CARES Act funding so that individuals can understand the constant changing of the goalposts in the middle of the play, why you were not able to expend some of the monies through the CARES Act. You started with the announcement in September 2020. Then you went to talk about the open opportunity in November 2020, and DPNR through your Division of Fish and Wildlife received approval of your application in December 2020. However, yet still, something else happened and they requested changes to your spend plan. So you're now down to $900,000 for distribution of the funds, which will be directed towards commercial, wholesale, and aquaculture ventures. So to date, September 2021, have we started to give out any of these average payments, which you stated are supposed to be between $1,600 and $2,200?
No, Senator.
None. Why haven't we been able to expend any of these?
We haven't opened the application portal yet. Again, the partnership with the EDA is to receive the total amount of applications and using their existing infrastructure. So the website that they previously had, plus the economic analysis team verifying the 35%, like these are some of the staple holds in the CARES Act for qualification. The team from the EDA in meeting with them has agreed that they would partner with us. It actually goes towards a section that's in Title 11 under commerce with emergency loans and grants to farmers and fishers, which is what gave us the idea. And partnering with them now allows us to piggyback on their expertise, but then also something that they have done. But the distributions are going to be based on the total amount of applications, and then divided equally amongst all of the applicants. And then we just cut all the checks at once.
You know, between the federal and the local government, we need to find a way to streamline and simplify the process, because what we're doing with all this bureaucracy is it just frustrates individuals, and they just throw their hand up in the air and say, to hell with it. You know, this really, really takes a long time. We're talking about hurricane disaster relief funding. From a 2017 hurricane, we're now in 2021. But we'll move on from there. You know, Mr. Brin raised a very good point in his testimony where he said we once heard of frequent reports of violations of our fishing regulations, but he can't remember the last time he heard about someone being picked up for catching conch out of season or fishing in protected areas and whatnot. What's the status on our enforcement? I'm happy to hear that we had at least one graduate in the St. Thomas district, and there's another one coming to the St. Croix district. However, how many have you budgeted for during the process? I remember telling you you need to put in there that you need at least a minimum of 10. How much did you budget for?
We actually budgeted for 2022 to get up to 6 in each district. So with the 2 oncomers, we're now up to 4 in each district. And actually tomorrow, I'm going over and reviewing the budget with the Director of Enforcement, and we're adding an additional 2 officers, 1 in each district. So we're looking to actually add 3 in each district this upcoming fiscal year.
I'm gonna be monitoring this closely, as you desperately need this, and we need to ensure that law enforcement officers are carrying out their functions to enforce the laws of the Virgin Islands. You know, I had an opportunity a few months ago to be in a small town called Titusville in Orlando, Florida. And I visited their Division of Fish and Wildlife, which is their local division of Fish and Wildlife. And I love the setup that I saw there, because their office was actually set up right there near the seaside, where boats go in and out the water. There's inspections being done there. You could see the individuals, the officers that is out in the harbor, actually what we would call on land traffic stopping. I guess out there you call it ocean stopping, vessels and whatnot that may have entered the water from other areas, and you know, basically upholding the law. Are we looking at any point on relocating our DPNR law enforcement component to have their office be closer to where to the ocean, where they can have their own docking facilities?
So yes, Senator, we are looking to actually build up both the facilities that have been designated for the maritime enforcement, one over here in Crombie, St. Thomas, and one over in St. Croix. Those locations have been there, but the infrastructure is currently lacking. And we have put in some funding requests, grants, and other to be able to make those improvements. In the meantime, we actually over here in the Crum Bay District, in partnership with the VIPD, we recently just put one of the modular office trailers that VIPD had at Crum Bay, and looking to make that sort of our maritime detachment for them. But that's where our vessels are currently housed. And then we are trying to also reinvigorate a grant from the NOAA that has not been made available to the U.S. Virgin Islands over the last 3.5 years. But this would be something called the Joint Enforcement Agreement Grant, where now these would be specifically for fisheries management officers. And we're trying to get that grant back. And, you know, that was a decision that was made under the previous administration federally, and we are trying to get that back from the current administration.
Okay, thank you. And don't forget, we need to still have this conversation with regards to vessels coming into the territory and actually checking in with law enforcement immediately and not giving them up to 14 days. We still have that discussion to have so that we could finalize the draft. Before I want to just ask two other questions, but let me recognize the presence of the Senate Secretary, Senator Genevieve R. Whitaker. Welcome. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier as you first stepped in. Just quickly, agriculture. You know, it's good to hear that the St. Croix Abattoir is back up and functional. However, is it open to the public at this time?
Yes, the St. Croix Abattoir, this is Diana Collingwood, Assistant Commissioner for the record. The St. Croix Abattoir is up and open. We are facing some challenges with the COVID pandemic in that there are new USDA regulations that require the employees to wear masks at all times, and it's a bit challenging to conduct slaughters and keep their mask on their nose. So we are working through some related challenges with that. But we continue to operate, and we do need to increase our staff to be more consistent and to meet the demand from the community. If one person calls out sick, we are unable to slaughter, and that's an issue.
Have the agency purchased personal protective equipment for those employees within the abattoir?
Yes, we do have them. It's just that some of the staff members have unique issues. Some of them have asthma and other challenges. So we are looking for different types of breathing apparatus to assist them. And we plan to work with the Department of Health for some recommendations. But we are working through those challenges.
Okay, and the other question I wanted to ask you was about the staffing of veterinarians. How many veterinarians do you have on staff at this time?
We have one.
One. And that's in what district?
On St. Croix. And we have support staff on St. Thomas.
And you have what?
One support staff member on St. Thomas.
Are you budgeted? Are you budgeted for another veterinarian?
No, we are not at this time.
Okay. Don't you believe you need to do so? That's a critical position within the Department of Agriculture.
We believe it will be more value at this time to have staff, animal husbandry or animal scientist specialists to add to that. But our veterinary services department manages well, and with the support of USDA, Animal Health and Inspection Service, we have a great relationship. So when big issues arise, we are able to get some support to deal with it. For example, the bond tick issue that recently surfaced.
And along the same... Go ahead.
Our ideal staffing plan did mention an additional veterinarian because the case has been made because of the increase in pests and diseases that we do need some support staff, especially in this district. That request was made from our Director of Veterinary Services.
Okay, I'm hoping to see these formal requests come through. And on the same line, animal warden, have you hired an animal warden yet?
Animal wardens are not budgeted for the department. We haven't ever had one. We have put in a request prior to get them, which was denied because we did not have the budget for it. So we are hoping that with the approval from the general folks that our staffing plan meets some kind of mandate, we're hoping to get up to that level as quickly as possible.
Okay, I would say you didn't have an animal warden under this administration, but I'm aware of previous that they were, because individuals are still having a hard time in who to contact with stray animals coming onto their property and whatnot. The last time you all were here, again, I asked if you all could put out a PSA, a public service announcement with regards to stray animals. Just be proactive and giving out a number that you can actually be reachable, because for quite some time, I believe your agency has been working from home, and people are calling to the department and can't get through. So we need to have a dedicated number for those stray animals and people to be able to actually contact someone and not having to call 911, which is an emergency line.
May I just quickly respond to that?
You sure may.
We typically work through our animal service partners to manage stray animals. The department itself, unless it is a livestock animal, the department itself does not generally manage those complaints. Also, the phone number for the main St. Croix line is not working. So at this time, we've been asking that you call the St. Thomas office at 340-774-5182, and we'll ensure that the appropriate person is contacted, or we'll provide the direct phone number for the individual that you are trying to reach. But
So
that is a challenge we're facing as well.
So that we have a lot of challenges, but we have to overcome these challenges. So I'm asking you to please put this type of information out in a public service announcement so that the general public can have this information. And yes, I'm talking about livestock animals as well, horses, cattle, etc. These are the type of animals that they're having problems with and are unable to get through to the agency to get them off the property. I'm telling you, up to last weekend, I was in a particular area and someone was like, you know, if they don't come and get these animals, I'm gonna start shooting them. And we don't want that to start happening in our communities either. So please do us all a favor and make things a little easier and put out a public service announcement on these things. Thank you so much. Madam Secretary, you recognize, I'll give you a few minutes, it's 6 minutes, but I'll give you some extra time. Go right ahead and then we'll wrap up.
Good afternoon, Chairman. Good afternoon, colleagues. Good afternoon to people of the Virgin Islands. Good afternoon, testifiers. I'm going to jump right in. Assistant Commissioner Cardi, I know you get lots of emails, but I want to point you towards emails that I began to send to to Commissioner Nelson's attention and copied you concerning the Hemp Commission. And that goes back to February 3rd, a couple of dates in February, where I had asked you and asked the commissioner for the information about the board meeting minutes, as well as specifically the regulations, because you guys had indicated to me that at least one hemp license was provided. Can you please provide on the record the status of the rules and the approved license that was given to whichever provider? What is the status of the approval of those rules? And I've been asked, and even after February, of course, sending several emails and not getting a response. But can you please pull on the record today, what is the status of those, the rules?
The rules have been sent to the Department of Justice for their approval. We are operating under the approved hemp plan, which I did send to you as well. which is approved by the USDA. The individuals who are licensed currently to produce hemp in the Virgin Islands are Crucian Hemp Farms, LLLP, and I believe the other one is Greenpoint Research, who is licensed to distribute hemp seed.
Thank you. So to the chairman, I'll ask for those rules, because no, I don't have that and go through those emails. I'd also ask for a meeting that wasn't responded to.
Can you before you move forward, can you be clear on what your request is?
Yes, my request actually, because the hemp, they have board meetings. I've asked several times and not received meeting information, have gotten meeting notices, but specifically the hemp, she said that they sent the rules to the AG and that they're operating under the USDA rule. I would like that, a copy of that. I've asked for that already back in February.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I want to now dive into ag in the classrooms. There's a lot of legal infrastructure. There's a lot of laws in the place already. To you, Director Collingwood, you did attend a CTEC board meeting that was called myself and other board members. In terms of the effort, are you familiar with all the statutes as it pertains to ag in the classrooms? I'm talking about Title 17, Section 41F, as an example. Title 7, Section 30, which is the agricultural section, where we're supposed to have a council. We also have a fund as well in Title 33, Section 301A, and on and on. Where are you now with the promulgation in collaboration with the Commissioner of Agriculture, with all the elements that's required for ag in the classroom in collaboration with the Department of Education and the Board of Education as required by law?
Thus far, I know as part of our BI Ag Plan Task Force, we have been moving forward in that direction. As a matter of fact, today I'm on the Committee for Education as part of the task force, and there was a meeting scheduled with the Commissioner today that I missed because of this. And I did forward some information during this meeting to them relative to some curriculum that was written for ag education. I've mostly been dealing with it from a national perspective and looking
Well, let me hold you right there. You said that, okay, so the Commissioner of Agriculture, you clarified that for me. This task force is made up of who? Who is part of this task force? Who comprises of this task force?
Agriculture Task Force. It's the President of the University of the Virgin Islands, the Dean of the School of Agriculture, myself, the Deputy Commissioner of Agriculture, the Dean of the School of Business at UVI, and a business agriculture professional from St. John who owns a recycling company.
Let me stop you right there. I'm very familiar with that task force, and that was mostly pushed by University of the Virgin Islands for the town hall that I attended. Mr. Brown was there as well. That is from the higher education perspective. Ag in the classroom is about the law that's already in place requiring that from kindergarten to 12th grade, our children learn. That is a focus on the adults and the farmers out there. I'm talking about the elementary and the secondary focus, which requires the Department of Education and the Board of Education. I add in the CTEC board, while it's not in the law, is required to be a stakeholder in that effort.
I want to add that as part of the agriculture industry in general, agriculture education is a critical piece. So when we speak about ag education on the task force, we are not only focusing on the post-secondary piece, simply because for the post-secondary piece to be successful, we must create that pipeline. And that's why the ag in the classroom is so critical to increasing literacy in all segments of our population, especially K to 12, about agriculture. So as part of the task force and the education committee, we have outlined steps to achieve this. And as part of those steps, we met with the Commissioner of Education, and we'll continue those meetings to include. And I know that the bill does speak to developing a committee that includes the Commissioner of Education, and we are working towards addressing that and building capacity in that regard.
Yeah, that's the latest law, correct. The requirement also is that you have an actual budget. So as you work as a department, the Ag in the Classroom is required. There's a required budget. So as we went through this budget cycle, one of the items that should have been submitted to the Finance Committee was in fact the budget. It's a budgeted item. And the statutes that I laid out to you have nothing to do with the task force or the latest law. We need to implement the law, because what you're doing now is more chaotic. It's not structured. So we're not going to have good outcomes. Chairman, if I may, I just have 2 more questions.
You may.
I want to now move on to Commissioner Oriole. How often have you, and the last time I brought this up to you was going back to a committee of the whole hearing back in March, where I asked you about a moorings plan, and I've also asked you consistently about how are you reaching out to the fishermen and fisherwomen. What meetings have you had in this last year, most recently in coming to this hearing, have you had with fishermen and fisherwomen? General meetings with them?
So, Senator, every month on the first Wednesday of every month, or the second Wednesday, and then the third Wednesday, the Fisheries Advisory Committee, which is open to all types of fishers, whether it's recreational, commercial, we meet monthly through the Fisheries Advisory Committee, of which my staff participates on a monthly basis. I personally attend the Fisheries Advisory Committee meetings quarterly. And then, but my staff actually are the administrators for the meeting. Each committee has a secretary, they set the agenda, but we provide support to the Fisheries Advisory Committees, where we discuss all things related to commercial progress, as well as the recreational sector. And as I mentioned, we're pushing forward on creating or promulgating rules and regulations for the recreational sector. So
you're doing site visits
in contact with them
as well. So you're going out also and doing site visits. You go out into the field and meet with fishermen, for example. As you know, the Gallows Bay Dock, we call it Panchies Dock. Have you been out there yourself, Commissioner, in this last year?
Yes, I have. I've been there. I've spent a lot of time at the Lorraine market myself, just because we've encountered some drainage issues and met with the fishers there. I've been at the Kittel Fish Market. I also brought with me the Department of Public Works so that we could do an assessment on the facility and understand what capital repairs. We recently got some numbers from Public Works on that. So I do go out to the different locations, but I'm not as visible as my staff is, but I'm certainly out there.
I'm glad that you're out there. So we look now at a plan in place to fix it, because as we speak now, as I'm out there and I'm meeting with the fishermen and going out there and meeting with them, the same complaint is that there's nothing has changed. The docks look the same. The bridge, this and that, they're not aware from yourself or from your office the status of those repairs. Finally,
so I can speak to those specifically if you'd like. So
I'm specifically talking about Gallows Bay Dock. The Gallows Bay Dock, that Interior was responsible for back in the 70s of helping to build.
Correct. So if you recall, back in May of this year, I can't remember the act number, but Governor Bryan signed it into law, and now just promulgated $300,000 for the Gallows Bay facility. DPNR in 2020, early 2020, had actually put that project out for bid, and it came back exceeding the funds that DPNR had secured for the repairs. I believe at that time we had 149,000, and the 3 bids that came in over 225,000. So we now have adequate funds to actually undertake the repairs, and even a little bit more capital, thanks to the work of the 34th legislature and the governor pushing forward those additional funds. This also includes now funding for the ramp over in the Cross Lagoon area, as well as some monies to fix the ramp over in Hull Bay, similar.
So, Commissioner, we're going to talk about a timeline because we've been having this conversation. For me now, this is months long. What is the actual timeline, the project timeline, you know, and to detail that and to provide this committee with that information? What is the timeline?
So I'll have to see again on that because the funds actually didn't come to DPNR specifically in the act, but we're providing. We have provided all of the documents that were previously procured using DPNR funding. So the scope of work, bid estimates, drawings that were done on some of these facilities, we've provided that, and we are meeting regularly with Public Works in terms of the execution on that. I think that for those things that need additional like design work, we are going to go ahead and be the ones that will put that forward. But it'll still be run through the Department of Public Works and CIP. But like I said, we are in communication on all of these projects currently. We're just waiting still on the transfer, the official transfer of the monies to Public Works at this time.
Finally, to Mr. Brown, Dale Brown, also on behalf of all, you know, all the farmers, what would you, how often, what would you ask of the Department of Agriculture? We know we have needs. The clearing of land, which is insufficient, the providing of materials needed to, you know, to help you assist with farming. What would be a critical ask you have at this time, or what would you ask the department to do as a next step? You laid out a lot of things, but what would you say would be your number one ask?
1 minute.
As a next step to address the crisis that we're in terms of what's the next step with the Department of Agriculture as you see as a farmer from your perspective?
Thanks for the question, Senator. That is a lot to say on that. But presently, one of the things that should be taken away from this hearing is, as Vice President Fred has, Senate President Fred has mentioned, is that there needs to be a timeline. And we are talking about execution of the law itself and those things within the law that will make the industry come to fruition. There's so much to discuss because I, for one, as a farmer, have actually basically weaned myself off of the Department of Agriculture. One of the two basic things that I do get from the department or use from the services of the department is the abattoir and water delivery. I know that there is a significant need for other farmers, and it is challenging, but to actually comprise for those things that is required for the development of the industry, so you can have proper outreach, so you can have proper technical assistance, that those staff can be put in place in order to help those individuals or those farmers who needs it. And there is no professional staffing at the department to actually execute some of these programs. And definitely, there are other things I can mention, but I guess I'll do that at a later time.
Time's sake. Well, just want to thank you. Thank you for, and I want to thank all the farmers. I've met with you, Mr. Brown, and a number of farmers throughout St. Croix, and continue to thank you for what you all are doing. And to the Department of Agriculture, there has to be a shift on. We keep on talking about the shift, but I know that if you start as in those positions of commissioner, assistant, and those in higher up positions, if you step back, analyze the laws, there are many, strategize over its implementation, work with our body, with the budget, the finance that you need, we can move forward. But if we do things where we're doing it, where we're picking and choosing what provision of the code we want to follow, we are going to continue to experience what we're experiencing. Thank you. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Madam Secretary. And as we wrap this up to bring to a close, let me ask Department of Labor quickly. You indicated in your testimony that farmers and fishermen were not covered under your regular program. However, they're eligible for the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program, which you refer to as PUA. Do you believe that these individuals in these two industries have been taking full advantage of these programs? And again, tell us what type of outreach have been done to this regard.
Gary Halle, Department of Labor. Yes, Senator, we have been outreaching the individuals, done outreach as far as communication. Some has been personal. We have done some visits to certain areas and had at one point a sort of coordinating point with some of the farmers in getting the information and the documentation to us, and also in assisting in interpreting this program, because this program was completely out of the ordinary and the rules and regulations were a bit different and the certifications were a bit not, of our normal unemployment insurance program.
Every one of you have heard me talk about pushing for PSAs, public service announcements, all the time. I want to once again encourage you all, especially the three agencies that are here now, to capitalize and utilize the government access channel to get some of this information out. I keep saying, as I travel in Maryland, in New York, in Florida, you could look at the local government access channel station and see the repeated public service announcements by various government agencies. And again, it's not everyone have the ability or the time to sit and read through newspapers and whatnot. But if they see something constantly or hear something constantly being replayed on television, it will draw to their attention. Department of Agriculture, in the last agricultural budget hearing we had with you in July, I made a request for a list of all leased, of farm and leased land in the territory that falls under the Department of Agriculture. I have yet to receive this information. Can you do a follow-up for me, please? I can't recall the young lady's name that said she would have that information to us, but can you follow up and get that information to my office, please?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. DPNR, I've had a number of calls to my office regarding the sargassum. What can DPNR report in this regard? Anything?
Senator, we're giving a lot of guidance in terms of trying to do some offshore deflection. We're working with the Army Corps of Engineers and the NOAA Fisheries Division so that we can put some temporary, authorize some temporary boom placement that will deflect it so that it doesn't make its way onto the shores. Because once it makes it onto the shores, then that's when the problems start with the breakdown and decay. But there's the volume of what is coming in is significant. I know the Department of Sports, Parks, and Recreation has recently purchased a beach barber. Not sure exactly when it will arrive. And I believe they're getting funding to purchase a second beach barber. So it allow them, a way to clean up once it hits the shores. But those beach barbers are really only effective when you have a certain width of shoreline. So it will still be a challenge to manage.
Right.
But we're trying to do everything we can to facilitate anybody who is experiencing problems and wants to remove anything that they can do. We're facilitating their requests as quickly as possible.
And it will certainly be a challenge to those beaches that are not maintained by the government or a hotel either. So that brings me to ask, has there been any discussions whatsoever of working with the Department of Agriculture and turning some of this mess into fertilizer for farmers?
So we do have a we do have a little group within DPNR that was formed a few years ago in terms of what are the secondary uses for sargassum, and fertilizer is certainly one of those uses. However, it requires a significant amount of fresh water to remove the salt and saline content from it. So you'd have to get it from the shore to that fresh water source in the time before it actually can break down from the sunlight. And a lot of these pockets that are forming are not easily accessible. So we're still, there are some ideas that we're throwing around and want to see whether or not we can figure out a way to industrialize it, because there are some things that are being done across the Caribbean, but even on those industrial scales, they're still having minimal successes. But things like fertilizer, animal feed, those do work. Right. The freshwater source to be able to clean the saline content has to be readily available in order to make that happen.
Okay, thank you for that response. And thank you all for your testimony throughout the day. The Department of Agriculture was deputized today as they spent the entire day with us. So extra thanks to Assistant Commissioner and the Deputy Commissioner for being here with us all day. I know you were busy, Commissioner, but you still made time to be here with us, and I thank you. Again, I want to say to all agencies and department heads that I personally don't expect the agency head to come and sit before us all day in a hearing to speak on every legislative matter. There's 15 of us here with all sorts of ideas, and imagine 15 of us calling you all here every day to sit here. What time do you have at your agency or your department? But I always say that you have competent staff, and I expect that if you can't be here, that you will send someone out. And I just want to let the public know that, or remind colleagues that on behalf of the Economic Development and Agriculture Committee, I had put out a public call to all farmers and fishers to bring their concerns or ideas to the committee prior to this hearing today, September 8th. And they remain, I just want to say that they remain welcome to continue to call the office and express their concerns, make any suggestions and whatnot, so that we can speak with the appropriate agency or entity so that we can assist them with their endeavors. At this time, I just want to, I'm going to give each of you 30 seconds to just put your closing remarks on the record, and then we'll close out. Starting with the Assistant Commissioner. I'm sorry. Let me start with Mr. Brown, and then we'll go to the government agency.
Thanks again, Senator Gittins. Definitely, what I want is for the department to flourish or to be reinstituted when it meets the needs of the industry. But some of the other things that needs to be done is that, notwithstanding the law or the procurement laws of the Virgin Islands, that the Department of Agriculture basically have these lands at its disposal. But first, it must have a proper property management division. Its marketing division right now, even though it has a new cover, it has not a new roof. It's still not adequate or suitable for distribution of local food, because there's going to become at some time a food safety issue. The leasing process, like I said, with property and procurement, that needs to be given totally to the Department of Agriculture, where those lands are owned by the Department of Agriculture. The Soil and Water Conservation Division, which was once within the Department of Agriculture and removed, we are facing a lot of challenges when it comes to water and soil development. And last but not least, one of the things where you may not be able to reach the department is because the Department of Agriculture does not have a phone system as it once had once upon a time. You got to get them by cell phone or personal cell and things of that nature. So the department has a lot of infrastructure development to do, and it cannot be just done by 3 individuals: commissioner, a deputy commissioner, and assistant commissioner. So in order for this to work, there must be a cohesive development or a redevelopment of the department to meet the needs of a needed growing agricultural industry.
Thank you, Mr. Brown, and let's be in touch. You have direct contact to me through Ms. Yvette Brown. Utilize your contacts, and we will have further discussions on this. We'll move to Assistant Commissioner Collingwood.
Yes, Chairman Gittins, I want to thank you for your excellent leadership and the Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for their support of our division, recognizing that we have challenges, that we do need staff with the technical expertise needed to move agriculture. We need the appropriate funding. We must engage in collaborative efforts with all our stakeholders, which we work on and we need to continue to build. And we need to have that dedicated emphasis on agricultural education and agricultural literacy community-wide. And these are some of the aspects of agriculture that will help make it more feasible and economically strong and beneficial to our community. So we thank you for your support and we appreciate the opportunity to present today. Thank you all very much.
Thank you, and I know that at times I get a little tough. I am firm, but one thing I believe I am fair, and all I want from every department and agency is just efficiency and productivity. That's the only way we're going to get the services that we're supposed to be providing to the people of this territory. And they ain't begging us. That is our responsibility. Each one of us took on our responsibility or asked to be in these positions, and therefore we can't look to our community as if we're doing them a favor. So when people out there getting pushy, it's because they want service. So that's the reason for my firmness, but again, I'm fair. Thank you so much for your leadership as well in the department. We'll move on to Deputy Commissioner, what is it again? I'm sorry. Cardy, sorry.
It's okay. Thank you, Senator Gittins, and thank you to the Committee on Development and Agriculture for the opportunity to present here today about what's happening in the department, the challenges we're facing, and all of the opportunities that we have to make agriculture the economically lucrative industry that we all know that it can be. And I want to say thank you again for this opportunity and have a great rest of your day.
Thank you again. Mr. Director from Labor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and committee members, for allowing the Virgin Islands Department of Labor to participate and giving an update on the COVID-19 programs. Secondly, it is Labor Month, and I think we all should show appreciation for the hardworking persons throughout this territory. And finally, although the sunset has happened on the COVID-19 pandemic funds, we are still going to continue to make sure that individuals are paid for the eligible weeks that they have. And a reminder that we are open to the public on Tuesday, Wednesdays, and Thursdays from 8 to 5 p.m. Again, thank you.
Thank you, and close out with Commissioner Oriel.
All right, so thank you, Senator Gittins and committee, for having us on to present the update. I want to say to the fishing community, first and foremost, we appreciate the patience you showed while we rolled out the disaster relief program. The department has been fighting on your behalf to make sure that everybody is awarded the funds. Not having created any closeout of the program, but allowing the rolling applications. We will, in fact, be endeavoring to get the monies from the CARES Act portion out very quickly. We believe that this will be much more timely than the previous program. I also want to say thank you to the fishers that participate in the fisheries advisory committees and have been working diligently with my staff every month for the different programs that we are in fact rolling out. We're going to see, the changes that they are suggesting to sustain the fishing community. And the DPNR, I can't be remiss in terms of what the staff does, because we're sort of in an interesting position, Senator. The same staff that is there to create or regulate an industry is also the same staff that is being asked to promote the commercial aspect of that industry. And I don't think that we normally see those two things combined within the same department, but I think my staff does an excellent job of balancing those things and making sure that the preservation of fishing and traditional fishing here in the territory is at foremost at the front of what we do. So I thank all of them, and I thank all of you for the opportunity to present here today. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, to Department of Labor and DPNR, I want to publicly thank you both, especially the commissioners who have been really responsive to my calls on behalf of citizens in the community who have had some challenging times in getting some of these funds to them. Thank you again, and let's continue to find ways to assist our citizens and work on providing top-notch service to our citizens. Thank you, legislative staff, all of you, and thank you to my staff as well, the skeleton crew. But you guys really put out your best, and I thank each and every one of you. And I thank you, colleagues, for being here as well. Ms. Picard, Ms. Picard, I have to call you out because you're doing your own role and assisting us as well. Thank you so much. The Committee on Economic Development and Agriculture for Wednesday, September 8th, 2021 is hereby adjourned. Thank you.